Michael Donner?
I'm back, thank you.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. Welcome to the Moraga-Orinda Fire District Regular Board Meeting. Today is June 17th, 2020, 6 p.m. closed session and 7 p.m. open session will begin.
All right, thank you. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Marcia said June 17th, 2020, and I'd like to do a roll call.
Director Bates?
Here.
Director Donner?
Here.
Director Jex? Director Jorgens?
Here.
And President Danziger?
Here. Ms. Holbrook, do you want to talk about public participation right now? Do you want to just, oh no, this is, so we have a regular meeting right now, and we are going to go in closed session, but prior to that, at this point, we can have general public comment on any closed session item that will be heard, and comments may be limited to no more than 3 minutes pursuant to board policy.
And public comment will remain open for 1 minute to allow for potential digital processing delays to ensure that public has sufficient time and opportunity to send in comments. So I have started that timer and I'm monitoring on email.
Okay.
Well, I see we have 2 people that have called in under attend, or 3 people. I don't know why Greg's under attendees instead of panelists, but we have a couple of extra people there.
So for ease of where I'm at, I have the laptop up with the login so I can see everything that's presented, but the audio is horrible where I'm at right now. So I always phone in and I can talk, but I can see all the things that are presented up on the laptop. Does that make any sense?
That's great. I wasn't questioning that, but there are 2 other people that are in also.
Okay.
Okay, our 1 minute has ended.
Okay, so thank you. So at this point in the meeting, we're going to go into closed session, and following the closed session, approximately 7 o'clock, we'll be back to reconvene the regular meeting of the Moraga-Orinda Fire District. So,
Okay.
do we need a motion to close the meeting? John? No?
I don't think we're closing it. I think
You're just adjourning
No,
to closed session.
You don't need it.
Okay. All right.
But it won't let me appear other than my avatar. You're muted.
So it won't let me change anything.
Okay, I'll be an avatar.
Test, test, test. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Thank you.
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
But nobody's got video, except you, Marcia.
That's true.
okay. The host has stopped my video, it says.
So that's so interesting. Let me see if I can change
We
this.
see you.
This is John. I'm on.
Okay, great.
And we should note that John was actually here before. He was just on mute that he couldn't unmute.
So I wonder if those who do not have video, if you can look to your lower part of your screen where you can mute yourself and see if you can click on.
If you click on that, it says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
Yeah, when I tried doing that, it wouldn't work. I could see you when I zoomed in, but I couldn't unmute or mute.
Okay. All right. I just clicked something. Now give it a try.
Oh, that's worked.
Oh no, I'm
Good job.
on phone.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay. That
I'm
worked.
fine. I'm fine.
We're waiting for Director Bates.
Okay.
Nope, I'm here.
Okay. Hi.
Hello.
Okay. Okay, it's 7:02. Everyone's here, right? All right. I think we can get started then. Ready? Everybody ready? Everybody here?
Sure.
Yes. Okay.
Michael's here, is he?
I'm here.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
This is the regular meeting of the Moraga-Orinda Fire District for June 17th, 2020. I'm going to reconvene the meeting and call the meeting to order. And we're going to do a roll call.
Director Bates,
Here.
Director Donner,
Here.
Director Jex,
Here.
Director Jorgens,
Here.
President Danziger.
Here. Okay, thank you, everybody, and welcome. And I'd like to welcome the public here to this meeting as well. So in this meeting, you will have an opportunity to comment, the public will. On your screen right now is the meeting sequence. So on these different items, there will be a staff report. Following the staff report, we'll open up the public comment. You'll have an opportunity to comment on that item, and we'll close it, and then the board will have their deliberations. We'll try to keep this consistent for each item on the agenda. And so right now, I'm on item number 6 on tonight. Well, I'm sorry. Ms. Holbrook, you want to tell everybody about connecting?
Correct. So for our participants tonight, I just would like to go over their options for how to make public comment. You can make written public comment by email at info@mofd.org, and the emails will be read into record by the staff. You can make live public comment. If you're participating in the Zoom app, you can raise your hand. Staff will unmute participants to allow comment, and participants will be unmuted in the order of hands raised. If you're participating by phone, you can send a text message to 388-9166. Include your phone number that you're using on Zoom. Staff will unmute the phone number to allow talking, and will announce the last 4 digits of your number to allow comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Did we, I'm sorry, did we say that when people want to talk, they should say where they're from and, or what town they're from or what street they're on or whatever?
They do not, that is not necessary to make a public comment.
I think I'll let you look into that for the next one. I think it actually is.
Okay.
Item number 5 on the agenda is a report of closed session action. There's nothing to report at this time. We did have a closed session, but there's nothing to report. So I'll move on. Item number 6 is public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to comment on items not appearing on the agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the Moraga-Orinda Fire District. And so at this point, if there's anyone who would like to speak, you will be limited to 3 minutes. And you can contact us either on any of the ways that is on the screen right now. So
We have one hand raised.
okay, so let's go ahead and call on that person while we wait for anyone else to make comments.
Bernie, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. I'm, as many of, I live in, my name is Bernard Riff, and I live in Moraga in Miramonte Gardens. I'm a member of the Miramonte Gardens Emergency Readiness Committee. And we're quite concerned about the use of the community warning system. We want to, it's obviously a priority for everyone. And I spoke with staff there, and I'm under the impression that it's very difficult to get very much data or very much fine-grained data from them as to which evacuation zones, for example, and what percentage of uptake there's been in the different evacuation zones with respect to CWS. And I'm wondering what the obstacles are and whether there's some way that that can be, more data can be provided so that we can direct our efforts more effectively at enrolling people. The second comment I wanted to make on this is that one of the obstacles, I think, with getting more people involved in CWS is that people have to enroll themselves, and that can be tricky. I'm wondering whether there are any, what can be done about perhaps using the data in voter rolls, phone numbers and voter rolls, and phone numbers and addresses to automatically enroll people, so it's not necessary for them to enroll themselves. I think this would help in the process of getting more people enrolled if that was possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernie, for your comments. This isn't on the agenda, so we can't really discuss it, but the community warning system, I do know, is operated by the county sheriff's department. And I think I think though anything about that system would have to be directed to them. And as far as, yeah.
Just my minister, those are all concerns that we share and have engaged with the county OES to address those. That has not been successful, largely due to requiring a software update that I don't believe they have the funds for. But the concerns would be appropriately directed to county OES or to your county supervisor to encourage them to make more information available regarding signups within a specific zone, and further to make enrollment automatic based on some other priority or other criteria. We certainly agree with both of those and would appreciate any support that could be brought to bear from residents contacting their elected officials at the county level.
And if Bernie, if you wanted to put those comments about the evacuation zones into writing and send them to me, or send them direct or to all the directors or the chief, and we'll see if we can get you a more formal response on what your questions are. Okay, any other comments?
Yes, we have one more raised hand.
All right.
I'm unmuting Ken Light.
Good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm a member of the La Cuesta Via Farrell and Firewise neighborhood. It's so amazing to see how Orinda residents are far more aware of the risks that a wildfire presents. Now they are far more eager to reduce the excess fuel on their properties. Just yesterday, I walked around Lake Cascade and never imagined that fuel reduction would ever take place, but it has. We used to complain about the noise from chainsaws and shippers, and now it sounds to me like a symphony that portends being safe in my home. This is largely due to MOFUD, the chief, and the support from the board, which has been working quite diligently and successfully to educate us over the past 2 years or so about just how vulnerable Orinda is to a wildfire. Our community has embraced this idea of being firewise. Our neighborhood now has firewise block captains who will help with the evacuation and talk with their neighbors who have been lazy in mitigation and nudge them to join this movement. But MOFUD should not abandon its efforts. On the contrary, MOFUD should strengthen its budgets and programs. Please make fire prevention your highest priority for your budget. Keep the chipper program going. The push to reduce excess fuel does not have to last forever. If MOFUD puts its energy to reducing this problem, with our growing firewise communities, we all can be significantly more safe. It will be very apparent to us voters exactly how much the MOFUD Board of Directors values our lives and property when we look at the final budget, and we hope that you will hear your voices. And thank you for your continuing good work. and supporting Orinda being safe.
Thank you, Mr. Light. Any more on public comment?
That concludes our raised hands.
Okay. So I'm going to close the public comment, item 6 right now. And so board, before we move on, we have some new employees in MOFD, some civilian employees. And I'd like to move up item 11.3.2. It's a report from our Human Resources Director, Christine. And if no one has any objection, I'd like to turn it over at this point to Christine to introduce some new employees to us.
All right, good evening. Tonight, I would like to introduce several new employees who have started over the past 4 months. I would give the employees the opportunity to speak a little bit about their background. So as I call your name, please feel free to let the board know about your background and yourself. First, Mona Boretska, our office specialist, and she started on March 1st.
Good evening, everybody. Looking forward to meeting all of you directors one day. Prior to my coming to the fire district, I worked for California Highway Patrol for 2.5 years as an office technician. And prior to that, I was a realtor and a court reporter.
Great.
Welcome
aboard.
Welcome. We're happy to have you.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Good.
Thank you, Mona. Next, Gordon Graham, our fuels mitigation manager, who started on March 16th.
Yeah, good evening, directors. It's a pleasure to be here. A little bit about myself, 20 plus years in the fire service, up a little bit further north than where we are now, out of Sutter County, the Yuba City area. And now I'm with Moraga-Orinda. You know, I've seen a lot of fire over the years, been to a lot of wildland trainings. One of the wildland trainings that the urban interface training that I always went to for 20 plus years, always used the town of Paradise. It was always the worst case scenario. In 2018, I find myself for 2 weeks at the camp incident. So during those times, I was thinking, well, if we knew about this for 20 years, why didn't we try to do something about it? So now I have the pleasure of being in a position as a fuels mitigation manager to try and do something about it. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon, and welcome.
Welcome.
I'm sure I understand from the chief and from the community that you certainly, and from Jeff Isaacs, that you certainly hit the ground running here. So welcome.
And there's
yes, my initial day on the job was March 16th. So
yeah.
You know what day that was.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Valerie Walston. She's our payroll technician and started on April 1st.
She's muted.
Hello, everyone. I come from the city of Oakland. I worked in the payroll department for 18 plus years. I retired in February of 2020, and less than 30 days after that, I started working with Moraga-Orinda Fire District. And I will say it's a pleasure working. I haven't been in the office officially, but it's a pleasure working with staff. And I just want to say thank you for the opportunity.
Well, thank you and welcome to the family.
Welcome.
We're happy to have you. And two of us previously had careers in Oakland. So someday we'll all get together and be able to talk Oakland, okay?
Thank you.
All right.
All right, thank you, Valerie. And finally, Mary Smith, our finance manager, who started on June 1st.
Good evening, everyone. I'm happy to be here. I have 20 years experience in finance and accounting, and most recently served as a controller for Conway High School in Concord. But I'm excited to get up to speed on the fire district and looking forward to working with everyone.
Great. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Great. Well, welcome also from all of us on the board and I'm sure everyone at the admin office is happy to see you and welcome, and hopefully we'll all be able to meet each other in person someday soon. Okay, Christine, are you going to give us any more report now, or are you going to wait till later? Or?
I was planning on waiting until later.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Okay, item 7 on the public is item 7 on the agenda. Under item is a public hearing. Item 7.1 is a public hearing on the Wildland Urban Interface Fire Area Adoption and second reading of Ordinance 20-02, adopting the Wildland Urban Interface Fire Area.
Good evening, directors. This is Jeff Isaacs. At the May 2020 meeting, the board heard a revised first reading of a proposed ordinance to designate portions of the district as a wildland urban interface fire area for the purpose of requiring ember-resistant construction. Public Resource Code 4201 through 4204 and Government Code Section 51175 through 51189 define wildland urban interface fire area as a geographical area identified by the state as a fire hazard severity zone or other areas designated by the enforcing agency to be at significant risk from wildfires. Making this designation requires findings to support the designation. Those findings can be found in your packet. Designating of a local response area, designating the local response area of the district as a wildland urban interface fire area does require the use of the ember-resistant construction for new buildings. State law currently requires the use of ember-resistant construction for all new buildings in state responsibility areas within MOFD jurisdiction outside the city and town limits. Staff recommends that we open or hold the public hearing, discuss, deliberate, and waive the second reading of the ordinance.
Thank you, Jeff. Right now I'd like to open up this item for any public comment. And we'll wait a minute or so to see if anyone wants to comment on this. Any hands raised yet? We can't hear you.
Marcia's got herself muted.
Yeah.
We do not have any hands raised, nor have we received any emails.
Okay, I think we'll proceed then. This is the opportunity for directors to have a discussion on this item. Is there any discussion?
I just have a quick question for the chief. So it says we're waiving the second reading. I mean, it was on last time's agenda. We read it sort of, it was long. And so when we say we're waiving the second reading, I mean, we literally are just gonna read the sending again, but it's already been out there in writing and we read it once and there hasn't been any public comment. So is that really just sort of a formality we're waiving?
Yes, sir. We're waiving the literal reading of the words. Obviously, having been published twice now and previously discussed and then discussed in a number of public settings, I'm comfortable that waiving the formality of reading it is not going to deny the public an opportunity to understand what we're doing.
Right. Good.
Okay. Any further discussion from the board?
Chief, Director Bates here. Question that was asked of me by one of the neighbors that he wanted me to ask to you was, is there a potential for increase in insurance, homeowners insurance with this new classification?
No.
Clear and simple. Okay. He wanted that answer. I told him I'd ask.
Yeah, yes, sir. I mean, this has been, They're just flat out, there's not. We've received and circulated a letter from an official in the California Commissioner's Office, the Commissioner of Insurance Office, stating that the designation for the purpose of requiring additional building construction standards that would reduce the risk of fire in new or major remodeled homes. It absolutely would not negatively impact insurance. As just a statement of fact, both Moraga and Orinda have been included on the Communities at Risk list, which is also known as Wildland Urban Interface Community since 2001. So there's nothing that we're doing here that is going to cause an insurance company to suddenly somehow note that they have overlooked the wildfire risk to our community and change their insurance rates.
Great, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, hearing no further discussion, can I get a motion to adopt this ordinance?
Are you doing 7.1 and 7.2?
No, just 7.1.
Just 7.1.
Ordinance 20-02.
So I'll move to adopt motion or ordinance 20-02, item 7.1.
Okay. Do I get a second?
Second it.
I'll second that.
Okay, Bates second. We'll do a roll call vote.
Director Bates,
Aye.
Director Donner,
Yes.
Director Jex,
Yes.
Director Jorgens,
Yes.
President Danziger.
Yes, the motion carries. Item 7.2 is a public hearing on first reading of ordinance 20-01, adopting the 2019 California Fire Code and the 2019 International Fire Code with fire district amendments.
Good evening, directors. Related to the previous item, we have recognizing the significant risk of wildfire to which our community is exposed. Staff proposes a progressive modifications to the fire code in order to adopt best practices to harden homes, create defensible space, and ensure roadway access. Under state law, the district is required to hold a public hearing and a first and second reading before the proposed ordinance is adopted for Government Code 50022.3. Following adoption of the ordinance, is adopted, copies of the signed document will be forwarded to the Town of Moraga, City of Orinda, and Contra Costa County Board of Supervisors for the unincorporated areas. This submittal is required in order for each agency to ratify the document. In accordance with Health and Safety Code, Section 13869.7, copies of the proposed ordinance and finding of facts have been provided to the Town of Moraga, the City of Orinda, and the Contra Costa County for review and comment. The proposed ordinance is the product of significant interagency coordination to ensure all concerns have been addressed. Attached are the proposed amendments for the 2020 Fire Code and the 2020 International Fire Code. Presentations outlining the proposed changes were made to the City of Orinda and Town of Moraga councils earlier this year. The major changes. Every 3 years, new editions of the state code are published. The new codes and local amendments reflect changes in technology, fire safety techniques, and the building industry. These codes become the minimum standards for the state of California on January 1st, 2020. By adopting the 2019 Fire Code, the Moraga-Orinda Fire District will be enforcing a code that is consistent with state regulations. The following is a summary of the proposed changes to the 2019 Fire Code. Under Chapter 2, Definitions, clearly define fire protection plans and where they will be required. Defined hazardous vegetation and combustible material. Cleaned up language for substantial addition, expansion, remodel, or renovation, and added definition of surface fuels. Under Chapter 3, General Safety Provisions, move the annual exterior hazard compliance date from the current 15 June to 31 May. Bans the use of combustible ground cover to include mulch or bark within 2 feet of structures. Require at least a 1-foot air gap between the ground and the lower portions of bushes within 2 feet of structures. Increase the vertical clearance for trees above roots from 5 feet to 6 feet. Increase the vertical clearance for trees from 5 feet to 6 feet above the ground and surface fuels. Require the removal of eucalyptus and Monterey pine within 6 feet of structures. Require an exterior fire hazard inspection for real property transfers. Require the removal of juniper and bamboo within 10 feet of a road by the end of 2023. Streamline and define the inspection process so that it consists of a postcard mailer, a property assessment, an inspection, a reinspection, followed by a lien hearing. Under Chapter 5, Fire Service Features, increases new road width from 16 to 18 feet for 1 to 2 new units, and increases new road width to 28 feet for 3 or more units. Under Chapter 9, Fire Protection and Life Safety Systems, For major remodels and additions to existing structures, require that fire sprinklers for any remodel or addition in all occupancies except Group R3 that have an addition or expansion where the new fire area exceeds 50% of the existing fire area. Require fire sprinklers for any remodel or addition in Group R3 that have an addition or alteration where the removal or replacement of 50% or greater linear length of walls of the building, exterior plus interior, and 50% of the roof are permitted within a 1-year period. And for new structures, require exterior underage sprinklers for any residential sprinkler systems. Under Appendix D, it allows for a waiver of remoteness requirement for large development road access with a fire protection plan. The recommendation is to discuss, deliberate, conduct a public hearing, introduce and waive the first reading of Ordinance 20-01, an ordinance of the Moraga-Orinda Fire District of Contra Costa County, adopting the 2019 California Fire Code and the 2019 International Fire Code with Fire District Amendments, consideration of finding of facts pursuant to Section 18941.5 of the Health and Safety Code, and direct changes if needed. And if I may, there was one error, and I apologize. At the end of the first section, it referred to the 2020 Fire Code and the 2020 International Fire Code. There is no such thing. Those should be in reference to the 2019 Fire Code and the 2020 and the 2019 International Fire Code as referenced in other elements of the report. As the directors are aware, this was a long process, goes back over 7 months now. It was a result of considerable back and forth with the city, the town, the community, and the Board of Supervisors, as well as the County Building Department, with significant input from a number of external advisors to include members of the State Fire Marshal's Office, which we relied heavily on the Fire Marshal's contacts with folks within CAL FIRE and that office in order to ensure we were traveling the correct path. This proposal is intended to be progressive. It's intended to adopt and to formalize the best practices that we know will reduce fire risk. There is no discussion about the value and the efficacy of ember-resistant construction. We just, as a state, we lack the political will to require it everywhere. This fire code is intended to apply it almost everywhere with the intent that over time that will expand. We believe this code matches the public sentiment and the public's desire to formalize the risk reduction process and to require all residents to adopt these enhanced standards to reduce the risk both to their home through the creation of defensible space in the immediate proximity to the home, as well as reduce the risk that their parcel poses to neighbors of theirs who live up the road from them, who will have to evacuate past their properties, and requiring the removal of combustible vegetation along the roadside that could inhibit their ability to evacuate.
Thank you, Chief. This is a public hearing on this item. So right now I'd like to open up the public comment section of this item. So any member of the public that would like to speak on item 7.2 can do so now on one of the ways that, on the screen. Do we have any hands raised yet?
We've received no written comment or hands raised, and I've started the timer.
Okay, thank you. We'll give it a minute.
We've received a couple hands have raised. We have one hand.
Okay, so let's start calling on them. And
so I'm unmuting Melissa.
Melissa?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me? Okay,
yes.
Good. Sorry, I was one click away from the mute button.
Okay.
Thank you so much for meeting and the presentation. I came in just shortly after this item number started. Could you repeat again, if this is part of this agenda item, that there is a resolution or a proposed resolution to make the sale of a home contingent on passing a fire code? Could you review that?
That is part of this new fire code, yes.
And when would that go into effect if this passes?
Well, there's a process. We pass it, but then the town of Moraga, the city of Orinda, and the Board of Supervisors have to pass it as well. So,
in the code, when would I think that aspect of it, Chief, isn't going into effect for a while anyway, right?
No, the only parts that are, so there's two elements that are deferred. One is the requirement to remove juniper and bamboo by 2023. The second is the sections of, and it's covered in 15.1, I'm sorry, in section 4, 13.1 repeal, which states that elements of, so the following ordinance previously adopted by the Board of Directors is hereby repealed, which is Ordinance 16-02. However, elements of section 325.6.3 that are more restrictive than those adopted via Ordinance 16.2 shall take effect no sooner than January 1st, 2021. What this is designed to do was to allow, to prevent people having to go and do additional fuel mitigation work who had already done the work this year. The other elements of the under 16.1 date of effect, the ordinance shall be effective on this date. Within 15 days of passage shall be published once. So upon completion of the ratification process, 15 days thereafter, the elements of the fire code other than 32563 would go into effect.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And also, just to let you know, Melissa, you can find the entire ordinance on our website under the agenda for tonight's meeting.
I am unmuting Melanie Light.
All right.
Good evening. I just have another follow-up question on Melissa's question about the fire code. So when the house is sold, is that when the deed is recorded? Because I'm wondering, like, when houses are inherited, if the fire code would apply to that or just for regular sales.
It's for a property transfer.
So that would include an inheritance also?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Melanie.
And we have one more.
Okay.
I'm unmuting Hunter.
Testing, testing, testing.
We got you, Hunter.
Awesome. Thank you. I just wanted to say to keep up the good work, and we all are really appreciative of how much time and effort you guys are putting in.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
You're here.
Yeah. Have a good one.
Okay. Anyone else, Marcia?
That concludes our public comment.
Okay. Just so I know, are you the only one reviewing public comments tonight, or is there somebody else listening?
I do.
Or?
I have somebody assisting me tonight.
Okay, and you're looking at them. You're getting it from them too.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Okay. Good. Okay. So I think I'll at this point I'll close the public hearing and I'll go back to the board. So board, this is our opportunity. Any discussion? Any board members have any further comments on this?
Well, I just want to say thank you to the chief. I know you've been the person spearheading all of this, and I think you've done a great job and are making our community safer for this, and thank you.
Yeah, I would echo that as well. This is really a bold step. I know it's taken a lot of work. I do have just a question on one thing. I was just reviewing this. Did we remove the requirement for the ember resistant vents, or is that still in there somewhere? I just didn't see it.
Yes, sir. So the issue was one of what's considered a remodel or not. And in working with, previously we had discussed requiring basically a different standard for remodels. And in our conversations with Contra Costa County Building Department, which was an important partner because the plans don't necessarily flow through this building. And if all the plans were to flow through this building for original review by our staff, that would require a significant increase in staffing and potentially could delay the process. So Contra Costa County Building Department makes the determination about whether or not the plans that have been submitted trigger the requirements for MOFD review and fire code elements. And that then triggers those plans to be sent for us for review. Well, the Contra Costa County Building Department, anything that we recognize in the fire code, or we're attempting to recognize in the previous version as being a major remodel, the Contra Costa County Building Department treats as a new building. And so we were creating a distinction without a category. And so that was eliminated. And if the remodel is significant enough that it was going to trigger what we previously had proposed, it now in the Contra Costa Building Department's eyes is considered a new building and triggers the new building requirements.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I hear what you're saying. So under this code though, the ember resistant venting would be required on new building or not?
If it's in the wildland, in the very high fire hazard severity zone or the wildland urban interface fire area that was just adopted,
yes,
then it would require all the components
All
of
of it.
either Chapter 7A or Section 337.
Okay, got it. Thank you. You know, just for the the public and for the record here, I know I've gotten some emails and my neighbors and, you know, especially during this this sheltering, I've been walking my community a lot, and you know, juniper, I see it, you know, many times on every block, and so, you know, just be aware that of that requirement under this new code, but you have until 2023. So I just want to make sure the public understands that by 2023, within 10 feet of the road, you'd have to clear that juniper. And Chief, I just want to clear up something too. This requirement is for private roads as well?
Any road, paved
Any
or
road.
unpaved.
Okay. Okay. Any other discussion? So I'll just ask another question too on the process. I know it has to go to the other three regulatory boards. Do we have a timeline of how this would work if we adopt this tonight? How it gets sent to those boards and they have their readings? When are we talking? January, is that when this would go into effect? January 2021, if everything goes according to schedule?
No, the sections, the elements of 32563 would be deferred, which are the annual hazard abatement requirements.
Oh, okay.
Those would be deferred until January 1st, but upon adoption, 15 days later, the other elements of the code would go into effect. With regard to timing, I certainly do not presume to assume the board was going to do one thing or another. So we're waiting to receive any feedback provided tonight, because there is an element of sequencing that if the MOFD board were to direct changes tonight, it would be awkward to say the least to then go back to Moraga and Orinda and say, hey, that thing we gave you for your board, we need that back. So having gotten a sense of the board tonight, assuming this does move forward without directed changes, tomorrow I will contact the city manager and the town manager and work with them on when it will be scheduled for their first reading. Obviously, they meet more frequently than we do. And then the hope is that when we come back in July, that the city and town readings would be scheduled. And then once those are done, it will be transmitted to the Board of Supervisors for their review and hopefully adoption, and shortly thereafter it would go into effect.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, I think we've heard about this for quite a few months now. So any other discussion from the board? And I think we need a motion from the board to adopt this.
This is John.
Go ahead, John.
I move we adopt the public hearing on the reading of the ordinance 2001, item 2, as stated.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
I'll second that.
I got Donner seconding. Okay, let's do. So any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll take a vote.
Director Bates?
Aye.
Director Donner?
Yes.
Director Jex?
Aye.
Director Jorgens? You're muted.
No wonder you didn't hear my second. Aye.
President Danziger?
Aye. The motion carries. Good work, Chief. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Just a reminder, by the way, this will be back in front of you for second reading, so it is not passed for final adoption.
All right, thank you. Item number 8 is the consent agenda. I haven't received anything. Anyone have anything they wanted to pull off this or discuss any further? Is there, so we can open up the public comment on the consent agenda.
I have one hand raised.
Okay, why don't we call on that person now?
I'm allowing Sue Wetch to talk.
All right. Sue? Well.
Marcia, she appears to be muted. Can you try to unmute her, please?
Yeah, she needs to unmute herself. The system has changed a little bit, so.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
I apologize. I'm late in logging on today. I've had health family problems, and at any rate, I want to extend to the board how grateful the Orinda Downs community is for the Chipper program. The Chipper so this falls under May, I guess. You've been in our community 4 times this month, and we're very grateful, and we thank you for your support, and we hope that program will continue. And I'll let you continue with your agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll be discussing that under item 9.7 later on.
That concludes our raised hands, and we've received no public written comment.
Okay, well, I'll close the item under 8, which is the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to accept the consent agenda?
I move
we, go ahead, Craig.
I move we accept the consent agenda.
I second that.
Okay, we got Jorgens and Jets, and we'll do a roll call.
Director Bates?
Aye.
Director Donner?
Yes.
Director Jex?
Aye.
Director Jorgens?
Aye.
President Danziger?
Aye. Motion carries to accept the consent agenda. We'll go into regular agenda, item number 9, and next is item 9.1, authorize engagement letter for audit services with ID Bailey LLP.
Good evening, directors. For the last 3 years, we have contracted with Ide Bailey, which was formerly Vavrinick Trine Day, for audit services for the district's financial statements. So we had an audit committee meeting since the last board meeting, and then the audit committee wanted to get a new engagement letter from Ide Bailey. So Ide Bailey has provided a new engagement letter for the next 3 years to do the district's audit. Staff recommends the board authorize staff to sign an engagement letter with Ide Bailey LLP for audit services for the fiscal years ending June 30, 2020 through 2022 in the amount not to exceed $76,510.
Thank you, Ms. Asser. Under item 9.1, I'd like to open up the public comments section. And if anyone in the public would like to speak on item 9.1, this is your opportunity.
We have not received any raised hands or written public comment, and I've started the timer.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
We have a raised hand
All right.
I'm unmuting Melissa.
Hello, Melissa.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My question is, how does the proposal in dollar amount compare to last year's contract?
So the proposed is an increase. The current year is $17,687. And then the Eide Bailey, they increased it to $25,000 next year. So approximately a $7,000 increase.
And what is that based on?
They were, right, so they said that it's taking more time. It was based on the amount of time that they spent on the audit for the district over the last 3 years, and that they had to increase the cost.
Without being able to see all the detail, I would say that this is on an overall budget of how much that they're auditing?
Approximately $30 million a year.
So my impression is that a $7,000 increase is significant. And if the board doesn't think that's significant, I'd be a little concerned, because the community is fighting for funds to get important work done, and a few $1,000s certainly makes a difference at the community level. So I would ask the board to consider whether this is just, acceptable just because they say they want $7,000 more, to just scrutinize that. Also, really in lieu of everybody's finances and COVID, this seems like a bad year to be really asking for any kind of an increase. Anyway, just I'd like the board to really consider their proposal in that light. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa.
This is Director Jex. If you would like, I'd just give you some input in terms of why we did what we did at the audit committee level.
Go ahead, John.
Please.
Okay. We discussed whether or not we ought to go out for a RFP for proposal for new, look at other auditors or whatever it was. The last time we went through that process and we sent out an RFP, we only got one response, and that was from this auditor. I followed up at the time with other auditors who were doing similar kinds of work in the public sector, ones that were recommended, highly recommended by other, districts or whatever it might be that they're auditing. And I spoke very frankly with the audit partner who was on that engagement, and he said the reason they did not even respond to us is because they could see, obviously, what we were paying or had paid in the past, and that if they were to accept the engagement, if we awarded it to them, it would be a minimum of $50,000. And so when we felt in the first 3 years that the current auditors were doing, they obviously came in at a much lower price. That probably, if you looked at it from a professional standpoint, they were losing money. They didn't make a lot of money on it on an hourly recovery basis. If you look at the size of our CAFR, you look at the size of the work that they're doing, the requirements, the assistance, and so forth, it's not an egregious or excessive request on their part. Had we basically said no to them, it was too much, they would have resigned. And so we'd be back in the soup looking at trying to find another auditor. I talked with Glorianne, and I think we felt very strongly that we're dealing with a good firm. The quality of the audit is obviously much better. The previous auditor that the district had before this one, if you remember 2 or 3 years ago when they came in, we had to restate the financial statements and write off, some $20+ million that was shown on the financial statements in error. And so it's, in my view, it's important we have somebody that's competent, and the fact that they would continue with us as a firm and represent us as auditors, I was happy with. And I think if we tried to go out and find someone else, you might find someone, but you're not going to find any quality in it that I wouldn't trust. So anyway.
Thank you, John. Any other hands raised or comments?
I can tell you a little bit what we discussed at the time, the audit committee. We have the same partner and the same senior manager who worked on, so we have, one of my concerns was, are we going to have continuity? And the answer was yes. Talked about the impact on the process of the audit and activities and the timing of the engagement because of COVID issues and how they're going to approach the audit, which is, they're not going to be an in-house all the time. It's going to be done, some of it is going to be done digitally. We talked about the impact of restrictions relating to their testing and observation proceedings. And I was concerned about that. If there are, certain things they'll have to do inside with personnel. We talked about one important thing was the update of the control and changes due to changes in key MOFD accounting personnel. We had our chief accountant left, and anytime you get a change in personnel, it's important that there's a sensitivity to that and an increased review of certain activities associated with that. You got someone left and you got someone new coming in that's not familiar. So it was very important on my concern to take a look strongly at the controls and the changes as a result of that. The other things we had, there were several areas of what we called extended focus, where we wanted them to spend significant time, and that was having to do with the provision for paid time off for accrual. It is a liability in the financial statements and will be obviously larger this year. Billing for ambulance revenues, talked with them about that, asked them to do that. Also, testing of the database used for the computation of the pension liability resulting from delay in processing reports. Closing out of the special project on the Moraga-Orinda project since it's now basically complete. And those are the key things. We also discussed with them the changes in audit standards, and there were no significant new requirements. Also discussed with them the reporting standards. So I felt the meeting was really worthwhile, and I'm glad to have them aboard.
Thank you, John. I just want to find out, is there any more hands raised, any more comments on this item?
No, we have not received any more hands raised or written public comment.
Okay, so let me just close the public comment section of this item. Now we can turn it back to the board. Thank you, John. That was very thorough. From my perspective too, just being on the board just for a year, a year and a half now. I think we've been asking our auditor to do more, to be more thorough. Our revenues have gone up as well, and I think the public needs to understand that this is a 3-year contract, and
right.
And for the life of the contract, between year 1 and year 2, there's only about $1,000 difference. So I think
right.
Overall, I think we're getting a pretty good deal.
Yeah, I think it was a 2% increase.
Okay.
I would reiterate John's comments early on when our last auditor made some significant errors and cost us, hundreds of hours of board and accounting time to fix the problems. And I think we talked to more than just one other outside auditor. It was hard to get anybody to return our phone calls, much less actually talk to somebody about the bidder. And we want to get obviously quality people. And so I really think that for the work they're doing, and last year, for example, they had they had all the extra accounting for the North Orinda fuel break to do, and that's continuing on, that's through this fiscal year also. So it covered 2 different fiscal years, and is part of, I guess, this bid too. So, I think that's a reasonable value for the work that I know they're doing, and I've met them, and I also believe they are, quality people, and there is a lot that they are doing for the money they're getting.
Mhm.
If you look at the CAFR, the size of the CAFR and report, which is, what is it, Gloria? It's over 100 pages, all of which they review and they're providing comment and working with us on. I mean, it's a huge undertaking. And you look at the number of hours. It's not one, like I said, on an hourly rate. If we were looking to change, if we could get anyone that would accept an engagement with us. This particular firm, by the way, too, they like San Ramon, they do a lot of other fire districts, and they're not giving these other fire districts as good a deal as we got in the first 3 years. And so the fact that we're probably paying a comparable amount what other districts are paying or less, I just felt very satisfied with it.
And I would also add that John Jex is a retired senior partner at a major, worldwide accounting firm. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, the directors. Any other comments before we ask for a motion? Okay, can somebody make a motion?
I mean, we accept the firm's proposal and sign the engagement letter.
I'll second that.
Okay, any more comments, any more discussion on the motion on the floor? Okay, hearing none, we'll take a vote, roll call vote.
Director Bates?
Aye.
Director Donner?
Yes.
Director Jex?
Aye.
Director Jorgens?
Aye.
President Danziger?
Aye, the motion passes. Item 9.2 is the long-range financial forecast for June 2020.
Good evening, directors. The district prepared several years ago at the board's direction, prepared a long-range financial forecast. Typically that used a series of assumptions that were relatively stable. As previously discussed, we're in an environment now where things are very unstable and there's a lot of uncertainty. Recognizing that, staff put together a new long-range financial forecast that incorporated a number of scenarios. And those scenarios largely match letters, A being for the current assumptions, which were what we were using up until the COVID-19 pandemic. V being a V recovery showing a very quick recovery over 1 year. U being a recovery that still is quick but takes several years to take off. And L being a long, slow recovery over 4 years. There are a number of significant assumptions that are used. Then explained in this section of general fund revenues. For property tax, we show an increase of 2%, then 3.5% marched out in perpetuity. The V-shaped 2%, then 3.5%, and then U 2, then 3.5, and an L 2, and then 3.5. For ambulance fees, the previous version showed an increase of 1.5% throughout.
Do you have a slide that can show some of this for the rest of the people looking at this, or is it just the agenda item?
Stand by. It's in the agenda. Let me pull this up. So I'm reading from the staff report for anyone who does not have this up on item 9.2, long-range financial forecast, June 2020. Marcia, are you able to share that screen?
Yeah, let me pull up that item. Just give me a moment. I will pull up what's the attachment in the packet.
And if you could pull up the staff report, please, item 9.2.
Oh, yes, okay. Let me know if it's showing.
Looks like it's thinking still.
Okay.
Well.
Are you able to see my, okay.
Yes.
We are. If you could, there we are. If you could scroll down, please. Great. We hold there.
There you go.
So this shows a series of assumptions that are tracked on the 4 different sheets in the long-range financial forecast, showing property tax and ambulance recovery, anticipating that ambulance is going to recover more quickly as we move out of the current concerns people have about going to the hospital. If we go down below to general fund expenditures, please. Using the previous assumption, it's assumed that salaries assume 3% throughout in all scenarios. Overtime tracks that. Benefits, this is once again, these are assumptions. Retiree health insurance remains capped per the previous assumption. Operating expenses project to increase at 3% throughout based on CPI. Once again, these are all assumptions, not budget items. And for Sisera, their 5-year projections are provided by Sisera. And scroll down next page, please. Thank you. And so that shows the 5-year projection given by Sisera. And beyond that, we use GovInvest software to calculate anticipated increases or decreases in pension rates. OPEB funding continues using the GASB 75 valuation reports. And then below for pension rate stabilization, the forecast includes pension rate stabilization trust fund contributions based on the GovInvest software calculations using a discount rate of 6.25 and the actual Sisera investment earnings of 14.26 in 2019, followed by future projected returns. For the for Lion Alpha, it used 6.25 or group the normal, the group A. It's the assumed 6.25 that is the district's previously established assumption of return. For V, it uses the minus 10% return that Sisera reported at the end of the last quarter on March 31st, and then returns to the 6.25 assumption after that. For U, it's the minus 10 that was reported on March 31st, 0 for the following year, and then 6 through 5 throughout. And then for the L, the minus 10, 0s through 2024, and then 6.25 thereafter. Slide down, please. Updated capital projects fund have been updated. And then the fund balance is now we will go to, I'm sorry, can you go down to unfunded liabilities, please? Great, and I'll show a slide here in a second. Up just a hair, please. Thank you. Unfunded liabilities. Now this shows there's 2 sets of assumptions used here. One is the unfunded liabilities calculated on what Sisera has told us, and the second set are what GovInvest using the district's assumptions. GovInvest generally thinks that our liabilities are significantly worse. In the case of one scenario, the county contribution or liability is calculated at around 30 million, and the GovInvest unfunded liability is calculated at about 50 million. That obviously leads to a difference in whether the UAAL will cover future pension costs and drives additional recommended contributions to catch up, if you will, to what we believe, based on the board's directed assumptions, will be the true cost of paying off our pension liabilities over time. Marcia, if you could give me the ability to share my screen, please. Here we see a simple summary showing a graph of the anticipated general fund unrestricted reserve funds balance over time. Starting here for in 2021, move into projected, we start to see a reduction in district reserves, unrestricted reserves, that then under the blue, same as last year, the existing assumptions will continue to climb in out years. In the L-shaped recovery on the other extreme, we see the district running significant deficits and exhausting the unrestricted fund balance as soon as mid 26, 27. And then under the V and the U, we see a general flat with a slight downtrend for U and a slight uptrend over time for the V with regard to unrestricted fund balances. This is essentially the bottom line, if you will, that under all of the different long-range financial forecast models, this is the number that is the significant takeaway is what is the district's position going to be as measured by availability of unrestricted fund balances. As with everything else that we are facing right now, there's a significant amount of unknown and uncertainty. And we present these 4 different options for the board's review and discussion, and to help guide the board's actions as we move forward with the budget and all other things that involve the obligation of funds. Quite frankly, the district's position is better than most other municipal governments because we do not rely on sales tax. But there is a significant lag, as was seen following the 2008 recession, that when the impacts of that actually came to be true with regard to district revenue, it was 2013 before the full impact was felt, as the district experienced declining property tax revenue. At the same time, it experienced significant increases in pension contributions to CECERA, which resulted in the district being on the brink of insolvency. So we present these different really projections for the board's review and for board discussion with regard to whether or not the assumptions that were used prior to COVID are still valid, whether a V-shaped recovery is a better set of assumptions to be used, or a U-shaped or an L shaped under what we are modeling as a worst case scenario.
Okay, thank you. Is that it, Chief? That's the end? Okay, thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. We all do appreciate the hard work that's gone into this. So right now I'd like to open up the public comment. If anybody from the public would like to speak on item 9.2, this is your opportunity right now in any of the ways that are up on the screen.
We have not received any written comment or raised hands.
Okay. And you have the timer on?
Yes, I have the timer going.
Okay.
Chief, while we're waiting, could I ask that you put that graph back up, please? If you could. There you go. Thank you.
Our 1-minute timer has ended. No raised hands, no written comment.
Okay, seeing they have no raised hands or written comments, I'll close the public comment section of this item. And we'll turn it back to the board for discussion on item 9.2. Craig, you wanted this chart up?
Sure, that'd be great, thanks.
Okay.
So, Chief, I think in all of these scenarios, we delayed, based on the board's direction last time, we delayed all the capital for basically a year, right?
Yes, sir. We, if you look at
the big capital, at least.
Yes, sir. We took all capital projects and we rolled them out, moved them out significantly on the theory that this was given the uncertainty, it was a great time to preserve resources and be careful about investing or embarking on what could be an $8 million or more project.
And so I guess the takeaway I would have from this is, even under the red one, which is the the 1-year recovery kind of thing, my impression is that the revenue, lucky that the revenues probably aren't going to be too dramatically impacted. And one of the biggest impacts, at least from what I saw, was that the fact that, our income statement looks like, sort of 25 million, 25, $30 million a year kind of thing. That's our revenues, right? The problem is we have, a couple $100 million worth of liabilities and assets that Cicera manages for us. And so when that thing changes by 10%, it's a $20, $30 million problem. And that just happened. And so, that change can pretty much swamp a lot of the things that, we're trying to manage, you're trying to manage on a day-to-day basis. And it's something we have basically no control over. So one of the biggest challenges we have is the unfunded pension liabilities going forward. And I think that's one of the biggest drivers in these, in some of these scenarios, is to say, if it happens for a while and the portfolios don't come back, we have a problem. And because we, the fire district, are the ones that get the bill to make up for the fact that the portfolio, instead of earning their anticipated 7% per year every single year, when it goes down 10% one year, it was predicted to go up 7% that year. So it's off by 17%, not just by 10%. And so, and the only way they get themselves back out of that hole is either have the market go up unexpectedly, or to just charge more premiums, because they have to fill that, they have the obligations basically don't change, but the assets they have that are supposedly earning enough, generating enough money to pay for those obligations, lost money. So it looks to me like even in the V-shaped recovery, we don't get back to the kinds of levels we had back in the, in 17, 18, 19 until, I don't know, it's pretty much, the end of the forecast. It's another 9 years until we get back to even the levels we had, historically. So and that's the best case. So I think it's a really good thing that we are delaying the capital. And I think we need to, my impression would be, this tells me that things are not, and this is assuming, of course, that we paid off, or, in a couple of years, we pay off our pension obligation bonds. So it's a good thing we're kind of battening down the hatches and getting ready for a storm, because the storm, the way Cicera does their accounting, as you pointed out, gets delayed by several years before they, they feather things in so it doesn't all come as a shock. And we can hope things come back, but the red scenario assumes things come back. So even with that, it's not a good picture, and I'm glad that we as a board decided to be thrifty, more thrifty.
This is Director Jex. We've talked about it before, and it's still reflected in when we get to the operating budget for next year. Further, it says that the board has a policy of a minimum of 17% in general reserves. I thought that had been deleted and that we had reflected a change in that till we had a goal of a general fund reserve of 50%. When I calculated what the significance of that, and as you can see in all of these scenarios, some of them are worse than others, but all of the headway we've made in the last 2 years in terms of building the general reserves would be dissipated basically very quickly, and in some cases wiped out. What that really means from a standpoint of cash flow is that you really only have, even at 17%, and that's why it's grossly inadequate and I think is really misleading when someone sees that 17%, as a minimum. Sometimes think, well, they can get by with a minimum, but a minimum is really only equivalent of about 2 months of expenditures. And so that's when it gets down below 50%, you're forced in a sense to borrow money just to fund operations for, probably 4 months of the year if you get down that low. And so I just, that's what popped out again to me, is that, the whole issue of funding becomes very precarious if you don't have adequate reserves. Taking one of our sister entities, city of Moraga, it was interesting, when they got down, I'm not sure they got to 17%, but they had to declare a financial emergency because they didn't have reserve funds sufficient to cover in their last audit report, I looked online and at it, and they had reached the 50% mark, and it was like a celebration. We're now back solvent again, but it was 50%. 50% is the reason is because you got revenue for the first 6 months, but then you're basically out of funds sometime during the next 6 months before the tax revenues come in January. So it's that bridging issue. If you don't have adequate reserves, so I think it's a really important that we realize that we're going to have to monitor this so much more carefully and do some forecasting almost on a periodic every 4, 5, 6 months exactly where we are, because as it looks like we're setting up in a situation where we're going to end up having to borrow money, a lot more money than we had to borrow even when things got pretty bad, back a few years ago. And the 17% when they set it, or the board set that as a policy, that was a period of time when basically they were in almost bankruptcy. And so 17% is really not a meaningful thing as far as setting an objective as to what is required. I said before, if you look at other fire districts in our area, 60%, 70% is what they have in general reserves for that very reason. So we're not even there at half of that. Even as good as we are currently, made progress, but it's important, I think, we monitor that on an ongoing basis. I appreciate the work that's been done in these forecasts because it really lays out the situation very clearly, where the problems are and what we have to do and what we have to follow or look at before we make significant commitments on a whole variety of other issues. Or we'll be back in the same situation we were before, the district, where they had to cut salaries or, couldn't raise salaries or whatever it was. It took about 4 or 5 years before they finally recovered and were able to, make them whole. But at any rate, it does kind of paint a dismal picture.
Thank you, John. Any other comments from the board right now? Yeah, this whole financial forecast in light of the implications of the COVID-19 pandemic it's just such a difficult task. I'm seeing the scenarios as well, and I would love to think that we'll have the same assumptions as prior year, but we can't do that. We just don't know. It makes our job very difficult here. Right now, right today, I'm hearing what Director Jorgens and Director Jex both said. I totally agree. It's just there's so many unknowns right now, and I think we just have to keep monitoring it as close as we can and look to see what other outside agencies are going to do, particularly Cesara.
I think that my impression is there are a lot of unknowns, but there are a few things we pretty much do know. We do know our ambulance revenues are down, and
yes.
One of the scenarios was they come back pretty fast. We do know that Cesara lost a boatload of money, and I'm going to guess they haven't even. I know that at least a material percentage of their portfolio won't report until, at least October of this year, which won't be reflected until June of next year for them. So, there's a lot more bad news coming down the pike from Cesara. And so at least we know that it's not going to be good. The question is, how bad is it going to be?
Right.
In relation to Cesara, though, we know that they had a horrible first quarter, but aren't they probably going to have a pretty good second quarter?
Assuming they just did a buy and hold, the market is still off by what, 8%? The general market.
Yeah, and some of the things you see or read about even in the third and fourth quarter, the expectation, there's a lot of dislocation. You got a lot of losses that are probably not been recognized, but the uncertainty even over property values with regards to particularly commercial properties, you know, in large major cities, can take a huge hit because you're going to have some major changes in the structure of how employees are housed or not using space. So there's a lot of uncertainties, and some, if you look at other losses that have not yet been reflected in the market, some of that could come crashing down in the second or the third and fourth quarter, and you could end up at the end of the year a lot lower than you are right now.
Yes. Well, you know, we're kind of in a difficult task here. None of us have our crystal ball. So
yeah,
I know the staff is looking for some direction from the board right now. I'm not really sure what direction we can do except to monitor this closely. I mean, do we want to look at, you know, using the V-shaped recovery, going, you know, U or L? I'm not really clear on what kind of direction we want to go from here.
I guess my thought about that would be, it really, for me, the long range forecast, you know, it's just that it just tells you, you know, that right now, for example, making, you know, deciding to build a new fire station this year versus next year after we have more data about what's going to happen. When you're going to think about major expenditures like that, the answer is let's wait a little while. Let's do a wait and see, and let's pull the trigger today. Is what the answer is. There's a whole lot of uncertainty going forward, and that's something we for sure know about. And so it really would. It doesn't necessarily make you stop doing incremental things and you know, short-term commitments and things. What it stops you, or what hopefully it stops you from doing, is what we already did, is to delay things that are large and fixed and you really can't, you know, turn back off.
Yeah, I would think. I mean, I look at the four of them as given, you know, information that we can monitor, and you know, 3 months from now we can take a look and see if their assumptions have changed, or you know, in 6 months, and run the four models as we go forward, or update them as things, and we'll then know a lot more. But I think it has to do with your ability to make commitments. You'll have to extend the period of time when some of those things are going to be looked at, and if it gets worse, you know, then you know, we adjust further, and it may mean intentions of other kinds of reductions or changes, that's what maybe even structural. But hopefully we won't have $1 million surprise on you know, ambulance service next year. Hopefully, you know, after June, things maybe, at least in terms of that transport activity, will at least help us recover that. And I think that you've modeled that we anticipate, I think, going forward, that it will. And if it doesn't, you know, then you change the model to reflect the reality as you move forward. But it does help us to know when we can make those commitments and make those changes that we need to a lot sooner than, you know, otherwise if we didn't have the information. So I just look at them as a guide in terms of what we need to focus on and how we are going to deal with it in terms of managing those risks as we move forward.
Yes, I agree with that. Is there any more comments right now on the long-range plan? I think the comments that have been received are well taken, and I think we'll be monitoring this very closely, and we'll have to probably bring this back when we know more. But it is only a guide for us, so I think we're going to get into the budget now, where and we've already provided some feedback there. So I'm not sure there's really anything else to do at this point on this. There's no motions. Are we ready to move on?
I'm ready.
Any more comments on this?
Good job putting them all together, Glorianne and Chief.
Yes.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. That's a monumental task, because there's a lot of assumptions you have to make and a lot of data you have to gather. It's been it's a great job.
Okay, let's go on to item 9.3, which is the adoption of the annual operating budget fiscal year 2021.
Good evening, directors. The district has a budget development policy. In accordance with the policy, the budget process began in February 2020. A public budget workshop was held on April 29, 2020, and the proposed annual operating budget was presented to the board on May 20, 2020. The budget reflects moderate to aggressive spending decreases due to the financial effects of COVID-19. With that, Gloria Sasser will walk us through a abbreviated presentation that addresses some of the items the board brought up last month to include 2 slides worth of proposed board of directors goals. That is a compilation of everything directors sent in response to our request for input, and that obviously should be a discussion item if there are items that would be either removed or consolidated. With that, Gloria.
Next slide, please. So the budget process, we reviewed this last month, is based on the district's strategic plan, which ends in 2021, which then also flows down into the business plan, which also ends next year. And then we prepared the annual operating budget. So we had a public budget workshop in April 2020, and then last month at the May board meeting, we discussed the budget at length. Next slide, please. So big picture, general fund budget, we're projecting a deficit of $1.5 million. Next slide. Looking at the general fund revenues, total revenue of $24.8 million. So property tax revenue is projected to increase 4.6%. Ambulance fees are down significantly to less than half of what they were in the prior year, and that is due to COVID and decreased transports. Also, the district's plan review permit fees are down as well due to COVID. General fund expenditures include $26.3 million, of which 23.6 is for salaries and benefits, which includes an OPEB contribution of $475,000 and a contribution to the pension rate stabilization trust of $1.6 million. Then the operating expenditures, managers, we went through and did some significant reductions. And so the operating expenditures reflect only a 1% increase over the current year. Next slide. So this is just big picture of all the salaries and benefits, $23.6 million. You can see retirement of 5.7, overtime, as well as health insurance, workers' compensation. And finally, the last 2 items are the OPEB trust contribution and the pension rate stabilization contribution. Next slide.
Are we supposed to ask questions along the way, or are we, so are the 2 numbers in there for the OPEB trust and the pension rate stabilization, were those pre-long range financial forecast when we found out that that Cicera lost a bunch of money, or are these current?
So the OPEB trust contribution is based on, that doesn't have anything to do with the Cicera. So that's just based on the last OPEB actuarial valuation.
Right, but it actually has to do with whether our portfolio lost money or not.
Right, so the OPEB trust contribution was based on the last actuarial valuation, which was June 30, 2019. So that obviously doesn't reflect any of the COVID stock market effects. And then the OPEB trust contribution, same thing. That does not reflect any COVID reductions in the stock market as well. Next slide, please. So Chief, do you want to go, do you want to discuss the board goals or?
Good evening, directors. As previously mentioned, there are 2 slides here of, these are goals that were submitted by directors for staff to include for directors to discuss with regard to what the board of directors goals for the upcoming year ought to be. I'll give you a moment to look at these. And then Marcia, if you could go to slide 13, please. And these are the second list of goals that were submitted. I defer to the board if you'd like to discuss this now or later once we've got a few more slides to go through to round out the presentation, or we can hold here and discuss these goals.
Well, since we're on the slide, I'd be okay with discussing it right now.
I guess I'm not sure I necessarily understand how this, I mean, it's interesting that these are the goals, but since they don't necessarily have any financial impact per se, and because we don't have a budget item, it seems to me these are things that we should potentially talk about because there are a whole lot of topics in here that have a, not much to do with the budget per se. This seems to me like it should be a whole separate topic at another board meeting. It's a great topic, but I just don't think it's appropriate during this, during the budget.
Well, there's a document that was already part of the budget. So we were just asked if we had any, we had discussed it last month, and the comments were that we wanted to look at our goals and our objectives and our level of performance and perhaps update that description. And that's where this came from. This is part of the budget document. So unless we act on this, we have to go back to what we had previously, which really wasn't much there. I think the idea was to more closely address, what we do, what our level is, and what we foresee for the future. So.
Glorianne, this is John. A question along that line is that a standard as far as operating budgets, publishing of operating budgets by public entities? The goals by department?
Yes, right. So that is how the majority of public agency do it by department. And then the point of the goals are part of the budget because, and again, that kind of goes back to that first second slide where we talk about the strategic plan is the big picture of what the board wants done. And then there's a business plan of how we're going to implement those high level plans. And then that flows down into the operating budget, which is what is before you for this item. And so then the operating budget is built, the money is built around accomplishing goals. So that's why goals are included. So right. So that is kind of standard practice as well to actually
standard practice
for the year in budgets.
But it's standard practice for the departments of the thing you're preparing a budget for. We're not preparing a budget for the board. These are part of actually the business plan and the strategic plan. These aren't really part of the budget.
Yes, sir. I mean, that quite simply, this slide has been used as a place for the directors. There were a couple of placeholder items, but this is not a slide or an element that we've given much thought to for exactly that point, that the board of directors oversees the budget in its entirety. And the budget for the board of directors is limited almost exclusively to election costs. So I once again, we defer to the board with regard to whether this is a field we want to populate or because if it's strictly related to the budget that falls under the board of directors that's specific to spending by or for the board of directors, then the goals could very simply be to execute an election for 2 of 5 seats during the November 2021 election cycle.
Because most of the time when you have budgets and goals, it's the goals of what that department wants to accomplish that year. And then you get to decide whether you've met the goal or you haven't met the goal at the end of the year, and you see what the financial goals are and the financial impacts of achieving them or not achieving them. And these are much broader strategic questions, and we could have a whole board meeting on this page, on these 2 pages.
Yes, sir. No, we strictly compiled what directors submitted and put them up. But to your point, if we're talking about the budget that is related to the board of directors specifically, the only relevant goal that's funded is the execution of the election this fall.
Can you go back to the standard level of performance, the prior page? No, where's the under the board of directors? There's there's the goals, and then there's the standard level of performance. There was comments on that too. No. I mean, you're missing there's a part missing, right? There's the purpose, there's the standard level of performance, then there's the goals and objectives. No, it's not.
Maybe it was in last time's presentation.
No, it's part of it's in the packet, it's page 16.
Yes, sir. The slides don't match the staff report.
Okay. Because, okay, got it. Because there was some changes to our standard level of performance as well as the goals. And so, I mean, on these goals, I mean, I think we could all agree, except one of these, which is new that I hadn't seen until I got this packet, which was the third one down, which is appoint a community-based advisory board to address strategic financing and governance issues. I think that one would need quite a bit more discussion myself. We hadn't discussed that one.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. It doesn't matter to me what director suggested that. I think it's perhaps a good idea. I'm not even going to go there right now, but I think that one needs much further discussion. As far as the other one goes, I mean, I think this is all, I think, as far as the level of performance and the goals and objectives is what we already do. It's what's already there, except for that one. I don't see anything new in this. I mean, I know there's some new items, but it's what we do. I mean, in the time that I've been on the board, there's nothing here that we have not done.
I think I would agree with that. Is there another page? I think this is the first page, right? Can we look at the second page?
Just 2 pages.
I mean, I would be happy with what was in our packet, but I would remove that that third one about pointing
which is sort of a policy question,
board.
I think, rather than a list of what. I agree with you, Steve. I think that's a.
Can you go back up to the first part? So the third one there, the appoint a community-based advisory board. I would remove that one right now. And if a director wants to discuss that as a separate agenda item, because I think that is something that would take more discussion and laid out what this actually is. I don't know. I mean, this would be totally new, and I think we really need to look at that further. But everything else, if you look at this, we already do everything here. It wasn't listed before. So I think I know when I submitted my comments, it was just more of an attempt to just list what we do. I mean, to just let the community see what is the board of besides being the policy-making board, what is it that we do? What else do we look at,
I think as a group, we did a good job of that. I agree.
I mean, we added monitor the fire chief's performance. We do that. We define our roles. We're responsive to the public. I mean, these are all, there's nothing new here except that one. And so, I would like to see us adopt this, but remove that third bullet down there for now. And if a director would like to bring that back to the full board, at some point as an item on the agenda, I think that would be fine. So I don't know that we need.
I was going to say, I'm not sure how we approve that or disapprove of that, but if it would be appropriate, I would make a motion since this thing has to do with the board versus the whole budget, I would make a motion to follow what you just said, is to approve this as the goals for the board for 2021 minus that item number 3.
Okay. Do we need a motion and a second? This is only a draft. I'll defer to John Holtzman there.
Are you approving the whole, that, I have another change I would make, or suggest in the very first, in the topic that I talked about earlier, where it says, I think it's page 5, there's a statement, the last line says the general fund has at least 17%, or let's see, policy requiring a minimum fund balance in the general fund of at least 17% of budgeted general fund revenues, with a goal of 50. I would delete the 17%. I thought we had talked about that last time. I think it's misleading. I think it's appropriate to say that, you know, it has a goal of a 50% of general fund or revenue, general fund balance.
My recollection is that that was the guidance that the board gave staff.
John, you tapered off. Could you say that again, please?
My recollection was that was Director Jackson said that last time, and I think the board had concurred in that recommendation.
To make it a goal.
Make it a goal, yes.
It's a goal of 50%, but it's no longer meaning. I mean, to have a minimum fund balance as reflected at 17%, can a reader of that would assume, well, maybe that's all they require. Well, it's not. That's not true. That was set basically as an objective because of the lack of. I mean, almost on the verge of bankruptcy. It's misleading. That's not adequate.
From a process standpoint, though, sir, if I may push back, the district's policy adopted by the board is that the minimum fund balance is 17%. That policy remains in effect until there's further board action to change it. The board is subsequently directed that 50% would be a goal. But however, from a policy standpoint, that the board has previously adopted a policy that 17% is the minimum fund balance.
But that policy was set 6 years ago, at a point in time when they were in financial disaster or stress.
Can we figure out what page it's on? We're trying to make the change.
I have trouble with that too.
5. I think it's on page 5.
Why can't it be on the screen? Is it one of our goals? Is that still in this section or something?
No, it's explanation of funds.
Okay, so
right in the beginning, right after the chart, the organizational chart.
So it's agenda item 9.3 alpha, page 5.
I think we have two discussions going here, so let's just hold on a minute.
Well, I think right now we were trying to figure out if these were the goals we wanted to have for the board, and then we can talk about the rest of the budget separately.
Right. So, Jonathan.
Yes.
These goals this was a draft copy. Do we need a motion to change it?
Yeah. Well, so this is on for adoption. So what you would do is when assuming the amendment, you're essentially amending something that's on for adoption. So if you want to make an amendment, you would say you would agree that there's going to be X amendment and Y amendment, then make the motion with those amendments.
And do we need to do it like just for this page, or can we talk about what John is proposing as well? Or should we just do it for this page right now? I mean,
it probably makes sense to just make a decision with respect to, what you want to do here.
Okay. So let's
but I would say, as the chief pointed out, I mean, the fund balance policy, the sentence is accurate, right?
Yes.
This is an accurate statement of what your fund balance policy is. So the bigger question is really, does the board want to change its policy, which is a different issue. It's not actually on the agenda specifically, but you can change this document nonetheless. One way that you could do it, if you're so inclined, is you, you could you could either eliminate the first sentence of the paragraph, which would be accurate, to say that that's your goal, although, or you could change the sentence to reflect what the actual reserves are in the budget, if they're over 17.
Okay. All right. So let's just go back to this goals for 1 minute. Do I hear consensus to remove that appoint a community-based advisory board?
Yes.
I heard Craig.
Yes.
I heard yes.
I agree.
Okay. So we're gonna use this revised document, but we're gonna remove. John, you said we need a motion to do that, to advise it?
Honestly, you don't, as long as you wrap it into, it appears there's a consensus. So the simpler way to do it at this point is just to wrap it into
the whole adoption.
Adopt.
Okay. As far as what Director Jex is talking about, I mean, I'm under the impression that, yes, we have a minimum balance of 70% with a goal of 50. I think it accurately depicts what we have previously said as long as I've been on this board. And I think, John, if we want to address that again and change it to, we're something else, I don't know that this is the time to do it.
Well, the issue, well, in my view, it's misleading, and the policy was set 6 years ago at a point in time when basically it was survival, cutting salaries. It was bare. I mean, it was in a disastrous point, and that sometimes they'll set a goal or not a goal. It was a policy, but it's the policy at this point in time is a dated policy that is really not meaningful. And it's misleading further. I thought we had deleted it, Glorianne, out of the CAFR last year.
Okay, so I have the district's fund balance policy. I pulled that up while the discussion was taking place. So no, this is still, because back in July of 2011, every year the board reviews the district's fund balance policy. It was last reviewed by the board in July of 2011, and I can read it to you of what it says. It says
that's 10 years. Okay.
No, last July. So about 1 year ago, the board reviewed the fund balance policy and adopted it.
Lauren, if I could just to correct a misstatement there, it was adopted. It's resolution 19-10 from July of 2019. Please go ahead, Gloria.
That's 10 years ago.
No, 2019.
19, last year.
Oh, I think you said 2010 or 11.
She misspoke.
Okay.
So why don't you go ahead and read it?
The district will maintain a minimum fund balance of unrestricted fund balance in the general fund of at least 17% of budgeted general fund revenue at fiscal year end, with a goal of achieving a 50% year-end general fund balance in the long term.
So this is an accurate statement as written.
We're talking about modifying the language in here. I think the question is, are we just passing a budget as a number, which at the end of the day, of course, the budget really is, or are we trying to wordsmith the language that goes along with it? It might be accurate. There are a lot of things that can be accurate, but it can also be misleading or not serving the purpose you want it to.
Okay. You know, I'm in favor of leaving it like it is for now. So,
I agree. Leave it the way it is.
okay. So at this point right now, let's, we're getting into a lot of discussion here. Let's open up the public comment and we can go back. Ms. Holbrook, why don't we do that? Get the public comment on item 9.3.
Okay. We have received 3 written public comments.
Okay.
So I will go ahead and start to read those and then check for.
They're specifically for item 9.3?
They are specifically for item
Okay.
9.3.
All right.
The first one is from Steve Cohn. I request that MOFD substantially increase its budget for fuel mitigation and direct that money to fuel reduction on residential properties considered high risk. CPUC fire map tiers 2 and 3 attached. As stated in item 9.7 of this agenda, to date in this calendar year, the district has removed 190 tons of material from 385 properties at a cost of $50,000. That averages 130 per property just for waste removal alone. Half of Orinda's 7,000 residential properties could be in the at-risk zones. The task of cutting brush and dangerous trees plus removing the debris is immense, far beyond the 100,000 in the proposed budget. I am fully aware that the district is looking at 1.5 million shortfall next year. However, I point out, 1, this shortfall, at least 4 years of budget surpluses totaling 5 million, agenda item 9.2, LRFF. Number 2, the budget includes a voluntary contribution of 2 million to the pension rate stabilization and OPEB trust, which already have a balance of 5 million. In addition to 5.7 million to Cesara and 1.3 million in retiree health insurance payments. 3, while the pension is underfunded and will take years, if not decades, to fully fund, it does have 165 million in assets, 162 million held by Cesara, plus 3 million held by MOFD. It is not in immediate danger. Tiers 2 and 3 properties are. My request suggestion: 1, suspend contributions to the pension rate stabilization OPEB trust. 2, divert that 2 million to fuel mitigation efforts in CPUC tier 2 and tier 3 areas. 3, when on private property, match fund with property owners, doubling the investment. 4, provide management services so all the property owner has to do is pay his or her match fund to get the job and the job gets done. This would encourage engagement. 5, create a benefit assessment district which can borrow funds to finance the property owner's match funds, spreading the cost over a number of years. 5, repayable as a property tax. This would further encourage engagement. 6, work with the city of Orinda, as most tier 2 and properties are in Orinda, to pass a parcel tax which would add to MOFD's funding and which could also be match funded by private property owners. $150 a year, 40 cents a day, parcel tax would generate 1.2 million annually. 7, expand the benefit assessment district to include funds for fire hardening structures. 20-year repayment, no match funding, 100% repayable by property owner. Number 2, this is from Melanie Light. A sea change has occurred in Orinda. Residents are far more aware of the risk that a wildfire presents, and they are far more eager to reduce the excess fuel on their properties. This is largely due to MOFD, which has been working quite diligently and successfully to educate us over the past 2 years or so about just how vulnerable Orinda is to a wildfire. Now that we are all on board to make our homes and neighborhoods safer, MOFD should not abandon its efforts. On the contrary, MOFD should strengthen its budgets and programs. In particular, the chipper program seems to be very successful and actually beloved. As far as I know, it has only been promoted by word of mouth. People see or hear about their neighbors having the chipper scheduled in the early spring months and then want to do too. So that means just about when the chipper program has been suspended, people are really wanting it. Why quit the chipper program now just as it is catching on? More importantly, the chipper program promotes a sense of community, which is essential to the task of fuel reduction across the town. The psychological impact of the program is incredibly motivating for people to get this very important work done as fire season approaches. It's a success. We would urge MOFD to actually leverage on this momentum and deploy the chipper program strategically, for example, with direct outreach to particularly overgrown areas or areas which have seen less fuel reduction activity. We all know that the risk of wildfire in Orinda has never been higher. We can't put fuel reduction off, and the support of MOFD for the residents' efforts is invaluable. We ask MOFD to prioritize fire prevention in its budget this year. We would ask for more education, a year-round chipper program, and whatever motivators the chief thinks would be useful. It is no time to hold back. The joint subcommittee is a wonderful tool to devise to reduce fuel and educate people. Any ideas will require at least some funding. Why create the potential to make meaningful headway on wildfire protection only to cut it off at the knees with an inadequate budget? We are excited that the MOFD directors have shown enthusiasm for the subcommittee. We know most live in Orinda and are either part of a FireWise group or have attended our getting started sessions. The directors are as subject to the destructive power of a wildfire just as much as the rest of us. For the sake of all of us, it makes sense to fully commit fuel mitigation in Orinda. We are all well aware of the effort of COVID on the budget, but there have been bad times before, and we know there are always ways to adjust budgets, reprioritize, and manage money so that is what is important stays in the budget. This puts a heavy responsibility on the directors to be sure. However, among all the components of the MOFD operation, the mission to proactively save lives and property is the highest. There is absolutely no doubt that reduction of excess fuel on residential and city property is absolutely most important activity to prepare against a wildfire. A wildfire can rip through and destroy Orinda in an hour. It would be morally remiss to know exactly how to save this city and then to turn a blind eye to that. Please make fire prevention your highest priority for this budget. The push to reduce excess fuel does not have to last forever. If MOFD puts energy to reducing this problem significantly, within 3 to 5 years, it can do that. It will be very apparent to us voters exactly how much the MOFD Board of Directors values our lives and properties when we look at your final budget. Comment number 3. This is from Lucy Talbot. It is most gratifying as a resident of Orinda to see such enthusiasm from the board for creating a City of Orinda subcommittee comprised of city leaders, community, and MOF board members. The fact that not 1 but 3 board members have requested to serve on this subcommittee is an excellent first step to hear loud and clear the concerns of the need for fire prevention and work together on solutions. Thank you to Michael Donner and Steve Danziger for also showing an interest in activities in the Orinda FireWise program by sitting in on a training session for emerging FireWise neighborhoods. I hope this is an indicator that you will both champion the creation of FireWise program in your respective neighborhoods. The community is taking an active role in the narrative of how we protect ourselves against fire, and working together will produce far greater results than individual efforts can do alone. Thanks to MOFD's chipper program, progress is being made slowly but surely. For that reason, we ask the program not be suspended, but rather continue to utilize outside contractors throughout the summer to make headway on the load fuel. The cost of fuel mitigation will be a small price to compare to the cost of fighting a major urban wildland fire. Thank you for your timely consideration. That concludes our written public comments. And we have 2 raised hands. I'm unmuting Melanie Light.
Well, we already heard from her comment.
Sorry, that was a mistake.
What was a mistake?
And hearing my long comments.
So what was the mistake? The reading of the comments? Why
My
don't you go on?
mistake, no, my mistake was that I raised my hand accidentally.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Melanie.
The other hand I'm unraising is Dennis Fay.
Hi, Dennis.
Am I unmuted now?
Yes. Hello,
Yes.
Dennis.
Okay. Hello, all. I just wanted to add my support for the CHIPPR program. I think it's very important, and I would hope you'll be able to find a place in your budget for next year to keep this going throughout the summer. I cannot emphasize how much goodwill the district has gotten by having this CHIPPR program, in addition to being a good service to help mitigate potential wildfires. So it's both a great PR thing for you folks, as well as a great community service. And I hope you'll find a way to fit it into your budget for this upcoming year. And I hope you're all doing well.
Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you, Dennis.
Can't hear you.
Hello?
Yes.
This is Sue Wacht. I hope I got it. I hope I got it right this time. I'm speaking at the right time. I just want to reiterate what everyone else has said. The CHIPPR program was in Orinda Downs for 5 different days in May. The first day they took out 4 tons of yard clippings. You guys are amazing. I mean, if you board of directors came through our neighborhood, everybody come out and applaud you. Thank you so much for the CHIPPR program. It's not only helped us reduce the fuel load in our neighborhood, but it's brought our community together so that when we go through an evacuation drill, we've gotten to know our neighbors a little bit better. And so once again, I applaud you and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Weck.
That concludes our hands raised, and there's no more written public comment.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to close the public comment item session on item 9.3. Okay, board, back to the board. Any further discussion from the board? Anything further on the budget?
I have a couple questions.
Yeah.
So we whether it's in order or out of order, but we have a budget approval, and then a couple items later we have an approval of what will potentially be a change to the budget. So I just want to
You're talking about the CHIPPR program.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I guess that happens all the time, so that's okay.
Okay.
There are a number of items in the paragraph where John was talking in the particular sentence. I guess my first comment would be it's not a sentence as it's currently written. So there are at a minimum typos in it. But I would argue that at a minimum, we should take that sentence and quantify the numbers. When we say, it's going to be X percent or $5 million, we should say what percent of the target that is. And when we say, therefore, when we say we're significantly over it, and then we only say we're below the 50% goal, why don't we just quantify what those numbers are? Let's quantify what the goal is, quantify what our amount is, and state the 2 percentages that we are of those things and relative to what the current minimum is. But at the moment, the English that's in it isn't even a sentence.
Could you be more specific for Glorianne exactly what page and where you're talking about? I'm not sure.
It's the item that Director Jex had talked about earlier.
Okay.
Which is it's on, well, it's 9.3A. It is what is titled number, it says page 1, I think, on this thing. Yep, it says page 1 on the, it starts at the top, says June 17, 2020 Board of Directors, members of the board. And down at the bottom of that, the last sentence on there, last 2 sentences on that page, the last 2 lines on that page, the last line isn't, the first line isn't a sentence. And I would just argue that in that we should quantify instead of saying we're less than or significantly greater than. Let's just tell them what the numbers are. In addition to saying we're less than or greater than. Because something tells me we're going to be a little bit over, even though we call it significant. And when we say we're only going to be less, we're actually going to be far less. So, you know, I think we kind of got the emphasis a little maybe backwards.
So staff, do you follow what Director Jorgens is saying?
I'm not sure which document we're looking at.
It's on 9.3, the first page on 9.3A. The title of it says Moraga-Orinda Fire District, Office of the Fire Chief, June 17, 2020, Board of Directors, Moraga-Orinda Fire District, members of the board. And the last two lines on that first page, the last sentence on that page isn't a sentence, number one.
Right,
and I would argue, instead of saying that we are, you know, we should just say we have this much in as a general fund balance that is X% of our minimum, and it's Y% of our goal of 50%.
Understood.
Okay, I think.
But we also need to change the language. The first four words don't create a sense.
I understand. Should be as we are investing. Understood.
I still don't necessarily think it works, but go ahead.
Okay.
Either that or the removal of the word "are," I think we get it into alignment.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further comments? I did want to go back. Well, hold on a minute. You know, I think that we've discussed this budget, and I think the staff took our feedback into consideration when putting this together, especially as far as, you know, all the cuts that they made. You know, hopefully we'll keep our pulse on the budget as we go through into the next fiscal year. And as you know, everybody knows, on the board and in the public as well, this is a dynamic document, and you know, as things change in our financial situation and in the world, you know, there may be times that we have to go in and make revisions. So with that in mind, unless does anyone have any other comments, or I'm going to ask for a motion here.
I guess my only other question would be, so how, you know, we're now 2 weeks from and I realize 2 weeks in just calendar time, and obviously accounting takes a while to catch up with that because things come in late, and, you know, we have to process them. But how do we stand on this year's budget? Because that kind of rolls into the one we're about to approve.
Right. So if you look at so for the current year budget, which ends June 30 of 2020, I'm projecting that, let's see, we can look at the long range part, that we will have a surplus in the general fund. So then if you look at the budget on page, let's see here, page 6 of the budget, you can see in the projected fund balance, July 1, 2020, I'm projecting $8,550,000 in the general fund.
Okay, well, what was our budget?
It was less than that.
How much less than that?
We're gonna have about a $500,000 surplus. Right.
That's great.
Okay. So I'd like to ask for a motion, and I'd also, part of that motion is to amend that draft, the goals, that goals page for the board of directors, removing that bullet number 3 about appointing a community-based advisory board. Matter of fact, I can make, I guess I started, it's all, I can make the motion.
You actually can't make a motion, but that's okay.
Oh, that's right. I can't. Go ahead. Sorry.
So I'll make that
That's
motion
right.
for
I
the
can't.
workshop.
Again. I was going to say it and have someone, but go ahead. Somebody.
So I'll make the motion that we adopt the budget as proposed with the change in language of the third goal, deletion of the third goal under the Board of Directors goals section.
They get a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Director Donner. I'll do a roll call vote.
Director Bates,
Aye.
Director Donner,
Yes.
Director Jex,
Abstain.
Director Jorgens,
Yes.
President Danziger.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you, staff, for all your work on putting this together. Item 9.4 is resolution number 20-07, adopting a modified schedule of cost recovery fees for emergency medical services.
Good evening, directors. Emergency medical services are partially paid for by ambulance transport cost recovery fees and non-transport emergency medical services cost recovery fees. District Resolution number 13-02, approved in May 2013, adopted a modified schedule of fees. This resolution and the district's ambulance service agreement with Contra Costa County EMS include a provision for an annual modification to emergency medical services fees. Staff recommends the board increase ambulance transport fees based on the Consumer Price Index for the San Francisco, Oakland, Hayward area. The April 2020 CPI increased 1.11%. Staff recommends the board adopt the proposed emergency medical services cost recovery fees effective July 1st, 2021 or 2020 as follows. Emergency ambulance response base rate, $2,600. Currently recommended $2,629. Assessment without transport, currently $624. Recommended $631. First responder fee, currently $624. Recommended $631. Mileage, currently $42. Recommended $43. Oxygen administration, currently $130. Recommended $131. Below is a comparison of emergency medical services fees for other agencies in Contra Costa County. Contra Costa County Fire Protection District, base rate is $2,428. Assessment without transport is $520. First responder is $507, and mileage is $58. San Ramon Valley Fire Protection District, base rate is $2,500. Assessment without transport is $600. They do not charge a first responder's fee, and their mileage is $40. Recommendation, staff recommends the board adopt Resolution 20-07, establishing a modified schedule of cost recovery fees for emergency medical services.
Thank you, Chief. I'd like to open up the public comment now on item 9.4.
We have not received any written public comment, and we do not have any hands raised, and I have started the timer.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. This concludes our 1-minute timer.
Okay, no hands raised, no comments?
No.
Okay, I'm going to close the public comment for item 9.4 and turn it back to directors. Any discussion on this?
Yes, Chief, quick thing. This is still going to be billed to the insurance, and then the rest is waived for in district personnel?
Yes, sir. This resolution makes no change to the district's current billing policies.
Okay, thank you.
Hearing no more comments on this, I'd like to have a motion.
This is Director Jex. I move we adopt the recommendation, resolution 2007.
We get a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, any further comments on the motion on the floor? Okay, hearing none, let's do a roll call vote.
Director Bates,
Aye.
Director Donner,
Yes.
Director Jex,
Yes.
Director Jorgens,
Yes.
President Danziger.
Aye, motion carries. Item 9.5 is Resolution 20-08, establishing the district's annual appropriations limit for fiscal year 2020-2021.
Good evening, directors. The district is required annually to adopt an appropriations limit, which is the upper bound of revenue, tax revenue that can be spent. So the calculation has been completed. The appropriations limit for fiscal year 2021 is calculated at $31,860,615. Staff recommends the board adopt resolution number 2008, establishing the appropriations limit at $31,860,615.
All right, thank you, Ms. Sasser. Can we open up the public comment on item 9.5? Okay,
We have received no written public comment, and we do not have any hands raised, and I have the timer.
we'll give it the 1 minute.
Mhm. This concludes our 1 minute timer.
Okay, I'll close the public comment on item 9.5. Discussion from the board? For anybody listening at home, I'd just say that the calculations that we used are based on the California Constitution. And so this is a formula that's used to come up with this number. Can I get a motion to on this item? On motion on resolution 20-08.
I move we adopt item 9.5, resolution 20.8, as stated in the
Thank you,
agenda.
Director Jex. Second?
I'll second.
Director Donner, you got a second? I'll do a roll call vote.
Director Bates,
Aye.
Director Donner,
Yes.
Director Jex,
Yes.
Director Jorgens,
Yes.
President Danziger.
Aye. The motion carries. Next item, item 9.6, resolution 20-09, ordering even year Board of Directors election and consolidation of elections and specifications of the election order. Staff?
Good evening, directors. The terms of office for 2 members of the Board of Directors in Divisions 2 and 5 will conclude in December of 2020. The Moraga-Orinda Fire District will participate in the November 2020 general district election as part of the statewide general election. California Elections Code requires a general district election be held in each district to choose a successor for each elective officer whose term will expire on the first Friday in December. Other elections may be held in the district, and it is to the advantage of the district to consolidate. California Elections Code also requires the governing body of any local agency to adopt regulations pertaining to materials prepared by a candidate for a special district election. including whether a charge should be levied against each candidate submitting a candidate statement to be sent to the voters. In past elections, the candidates who have paid for the cost of their candidate statement. Attached is Resolution 20-09, necessary to appropriately initiate the district's participation in the election process. Resolution 20-09 gives notice of holding a general election, as well as specific instructions as to how such an election shall be held and conducted. The resolution also defines the filing instructions and fee information. The Moraga-Orinda Fire District Board has the authority to regulate how many words will be allowed in the candidate statement and payment for the voluntary candidate statement. The word count in the past has been limited to 400 words, with the candidate paying the full cost. Due to further streamlining efforts by the Elections Division, the cost of printing has been reduced, and the Contra Costa County Elections Division is recommending a 250-word limit. This is the standard used by most cities and special districts, mandated for state elections. The minimum cost for a candidate statement is $200. The district may elect to go over 250 words, in which case the candidate statement costs will double. All right, on the next page. The Contra Costa County Elections Division is estimating printing costs for the 250-word candidate statement to be Division 2, $226.80. Division 5, $238.80. Statements over 250 words will double in price. For fiscal impact, the County Registrar of Voters has determined the cost of the election in the district to be approximately $1.25 to $1.75 per registered voter. Per the Contra Costa County Elections Division, the total number of registered voters are Division 2, 4,659, Division 5, 5,382. Sufficient appropriations have been included in the budget for this cost. In the event of a tie vote, the County Elections Office requires that the board decide what action is to be taken in the event of a tie vote. The two options are: 1, the winner shall be determined by lot at a time and place designated by this board, or 2, the governing body shall call a runoff election on the 6th Tuesday following the election at which the tie vote occurred. Staff has been advised by the County Elections Office that a standalone runoff election is estimated to cost approximately $5 per registered voter. Staff recommends the board adopt Resolution 20-09 as presented, and in the event of a tie vote, the winner will be determined by a lot at a time and place designated by this board.
Thank you, Chief. Let's open up the public comment on item 9.6.
We have received no written public comment, and we do not have any hands raised, and I have the timer going.
Okay, thank you.
This concludes our 1-minute timer.
Okay, no hand raised or, okay, no comment. Okay, well, I'm going to close the public comment session on item 9.6 and turn it back to directors for any discussion on this item.
Chief, I just have a quick question for you. So, it says Contra Costa County thinks it's going to cost, $200 and whatever for the 250 words. But then later on, it says we're going to charge the candidates $400 for a 400-word thing. And it seems to me this is the same thing we passed last time, except we were limited to 250 words, but they charged us $400. And so I don't know why we should be paying the county more money than we otherwise should have to.
Director Jurgens, I could just let you know that last year, the limit for us for MOFD was 400 words. So it was above what the county recommended.
Okay.
So we did have 400 words, and it did cost us over $400.
Us meaning the candidate.
The candidate, yeah. So the district, for whatever reason, had, I guess, approved a 400 word limit as opposed to what the county recommended at 250. So I think that's, that's up to us to decide right here, right now. Having ran for election not all that long ago, the county's recommended 250 for various reasons. I'm okay with 250 for the coming election, unless some.
I guess I would say that 250 words is a pretty short thing in general. Since we're sort of down ballot anyway as the fire district, we're like on the nth page of the whole thing. Having a little more space might draw a little bit more attention to the fact that there are people running. So.
Yeah, it also doubles the cost. But any other directors have comments? I can go either way. I don't know. Anyone else? 250, 400?
I think the way it's written at 250 is just fine.
Well, I think we should probably, given that a majority of the board was able to get it at 400, it seems reasonable that others should be able to have that too.
Mm-hmm. Any more comment on that? 250 versus 400. I don't feel strongly on either way. I can go either way. So anyone else? Well, anyone want to make a motion? Anyone?
Well, so we have a motion on two things, I guess, right? We can do it separately if you want to, but one is on whether we have a special election or flip a coin, and the other one is how many words will it have?
Yeah, well, I mean, staff prepared a resolution for us that that uses the 250 words, right? Let's see.
Written at 400.
No, 400.
No, I think it shows the 400.
400, and that a tie will be by lot.
Right. Well, I would move that. I'll move we accept the staff recommendation then.
Okay. Do I get a second?
I'll second that, Director Dunn.
Okay. Any further discussion? So the motion on the floor is to accept the resolution 20-09 as presented by staff. Okay, hearing no more, take a roll call vote.
Public comment. Did we ask for public comment?
We did earlier.
We did, yes.
I did earlier.
Can you tell me who made the first motion, please?
Director Jorgens.
And the second? I didn't hear.
Director Donner.
Thank you. Director Bates?
No.
Director Donner?
Yes.
Director Jex?
Yes.
Director Jorgens?
Yes.
President Danziger?
I'll abstain. Motion carries. Okay, next item. Item 9.7 is a report on community chipping.
Good evening, directors. Item 9.7 is an informational item on the community chipping program. Staff recommendation is to discuss, deliberate, and then provide direction to the staff. As a result of increased public awareness following the major fires of the last 3 years, MOFD has been aggressively working with the community to decrease the risk of wildfire. In addition to outreach, education, and enforcement, the district has been offering free community chipping. The response to this service has been overwhelming. From January 1st to June 12th, the district conducted community chipping with as many as 3 chippers in service on any given day. Totals from January 1, 2020 to July 12th, 2020 We removed 190 tons of material. We serviced 385 homes and spent $50,000 for a total of 170 staff days. Chipping was conducted by the MOFD fuel mitigation staff using a variety of hired vendors who provided chippers and specialized trucks to haul the material. As of June 12th, this program will be suspended until at least September 1st as the fuel mitigation staff transitions to conduct the exterior hazard abatement compliance inspections along the major evacuation routes and responding to approximately 60 plus complaints we've received so far on non-compliant properties. Some of the, I would just like to add with the chipping, you know, each day, each week, we had some lessons learned. We were constantly remodifying our chipper information sheet that is on our website. For example, we had citizens removing juniper, which is great. We applaud that and we're very happy to see that. But when they removed the juniper, they left clumps of dirt, and we were unable to feed the chipper with dirt and rock material in there as it could possibly damage the chipper. Scheduling became quite challenging there at the end of the program with so many neighborhoods and citizens requesting the chipper service. When we would schedule a neighborhood, we would drive out and identify the number of piles and make an estimate on our time. And one day would turn into 2 days or 3 days, and 2 days scheduled usually turned into 3 or 4 days of chipping. It also was challenging in the fact that we would leave a neighborhood, and for a variety of reasons, citizens either heard about the service late or didn't get the pile out in time. So we received numerous phone calls from citizens to come back into the neighborhood and to grab those piles. Understanding the importance of this partnership with our citizens, we made every effort we could to get back into the neighborhoods and chip those piles and not leave anything sitting on the curbside. And I'll turn it over to Chief.
Thank you, Jeff. So, directors, what we're trying to capture in the staff report is that while this program, we're obviously happy to provide it, and the partnership has been fantastic. This program was budgeted at a much lower amount than the demand required. I had a very clear sense that we had to keep the faith with the people who had already signed up, and so we kept the chipping program going. At some days having, as Jeff mentioned, having 3 chippers on the street throughout the spring. We have a limited number of staff available. We also have an obligation to carry out and follow up on the violation complaints we've received. And there are some residents, and as we've talked about before, the residents along the major evacuation routes, many of whom have gotten several knocks on the door and repeated communications from the district over the last 2 years about the requirement to maintain the roadside, yet still have not done so. Our all of the above approach also requires some enforcement. What I'm seeking from the board is direction with regard to how we should proceed. I think it's safe to say that this program, in its current iteration, will have there will be an insatiable demand for the service, which is a good thing because it's resulting in the reduction of fuel. However, it was not budgeted at that manner, and I'm concerned that in the absence of more direction and with the absence of a sense of at what level this should be funded, and in the absence of engagement from the other agencies that are operating in this space to make sure we're operating in a coordinated manner, that this program will quickly, the demand for it will quickly exceed what the district is able to provide. There are a number of ways that the program can be structured to move forward, but we're really seeking some sense of direction from the board with regard to the level of prioritization this program should receive, the level of funding that will be allocated to it, and discussion about the board's thoughts about things such as a cost share, which would have an organizing effect. As Jeff alluded to, there were a number of times where a neighborhood was scheduled, the work was completed, and then new piles were produced. And from a scheduling standpoint, when you're booked full, it's very, very challenging when you have an open-ended commitment that any pile will be chipped. There are people who have contacted the district and said explicitly, I've read the material. I understand what the requirements are. I don't have my neighbors on board, but I've produced a pile and you please come chip it. And I think among many other alternatives, one to consider is a cost share, whereby there's an organizing element of getting the neighborhood involved to get the money together. There's a clear understanding how many chipping days you're buying, which has the effect of putting some guardrails on just what the district is committing to follow up. And I think there are obvious opportunities for discussion about coordination to make sure that this program is being coordinated with other efforts going on within the district. There are also some cautionary tales. Right? There were community members who brought out wood piles, as in, no kidding, firewood was brought out to the curb to be chipped. Last year we had, on at least 2 occasions, we had residents who had in one case, 3 mature Monterey pines cut and bucked by a professional tree service, but declined to use the professional tree service to chip those trees. And the rounds were probably 36 inches across. Declined to have them chipped because they saw access to the MOFD chipper program as a way to reduce the cost. That was not the intent of the program. That's not the intent of any community chipping program I'm aware of. So I do think it's worth having a discussion and the board providing direction with regard to how the program should be structured moving forward, to make sure that what we are offering, we are able to support what we are offering, and we have a clear understanding of what the district's commitment in both staff and in dollars, what that commitment is going to be, so we don't end up committing ourselves to what could very easily be a $500,000 to $750,000 million per year program without a clear understanding of what it is we're taking on.
Okay, thank you, Chief. So let's open up the public comment. I know we've received numerous written comments, and I think we're going to read those into the record. That we're going to do first. And so we'll read into the record the written comments we received, and then if anybody else wants to speak, you can do so by means of what's on the screen right now. So go ahead.
We've received 15 written public comments. Comment number 1 from John Kotowski. I'm a resident of Orinda and a member of the Board of Directors of Orinda Downs Owners Association. The ODOA has members in the Sundown Terrace, Dalewood Drive, and Orinda View Road areas of Orinda, and is responsible for 160 acres of open space in that area. I'm writing to you to request that MOFD find a way to continue its highly successful neighborhood chipping program throughout the summer months. This program has been greatly appreciated by our members and the other residents in the area. It has also encouraged many to initiate fire abatement cleanup of their properties, with the added incentive that their branch trimmings and tree limbs would be chipped and removed by the MOFD chipper program. Many of the residents are currently working diligently to clean their property prior to the beginning of fire season. To suspend this outstanding program in the summer months would simply make it even more difficult for all of us to accomplish the necessary fire abatement improvements that we are all working together to accomplish. I urge the board to find a way to continue this important MOFD program.
Comment number 2 from Melissa Roeder. Dear MOFD board members, I strongly encourage MOFD to continue offering the chipping program to residents this year and next. It was a great success and motivator on our street, and we'd like to have a chipper available again before September. It is really an essential community service in this wooded area. Thank you all for your service.
Comment number 3 from Charles Porge. I understand that you will stop the chipper service until September to reallocate staff to doing inspection and citation work. I believe that you can find creative ways to do both without incurring significant additional expenses. You could, for instance, hire inexpensive college kids with cameras to take pictures of the worst fire-prone properties that could be evaluated by your staff, either from the pictures or on site, thus avoiding most of the time staff would otherwise spend driving around. Other creative solutions may be found. I beg you to do both chipping and citations over the summer.
Comment number 4 from the Sleepy Hollow Neighborhood Association, co-presidents Carol Bravelli and Sarah Dawson. Please extend the chipping program throughout the summer. We, the leadership team of the Sleepy Hollow Neighborhood Association, are writing to commend Chief Winokur and the MOFD for their service in helping the 450 homes in Sleepy Hollow to prepare for another inevitable high-risk fire season. Chief Winokur and his staff coordinated sending a chipper and an extremely hardworking and friendly MOFD crew to Sleepy Hollow May 20 through 22. That crew worked for 3 full days to provide curbside chipping service to chip and haul away the vegetation that homeowners had stacked at street side after trimming the bushes and trees on our properties. As we did last year, many of the homeowners in Sleepy Hollow really put our hearts and backs into the work, resulting in 10 tons or 35 cubic yards of chip material being hauled away in those 3 days. What a great feeling to have all that wildfire fuel out of our yards and away from our homes. We in Sleepy Hollow are well aware that our homes lie squarely in the path, as history has proven, of a potential wildfire originating in Briones Regional Park and driven with uncontrollable speed by the hot, dry winds of late summer. There is still a lot of work to do in part of Orinda. While this work will never be done, we are now starting to feel the self-empowerment of hardening our homes against wildfire. Of course, we hope a wildfire never engulfs our wonderful Sleepy Hollow neighborhood. At the same time, we are extremely grateful for Chief Winokur's leadership in making the North Orinda fuel break a reality and establishing clear guidelines and firm deadlines for every home in Orinda to create defensible space. Our FireWise Sleepy Hollow Committee is very aware of the importance of this fuel mitigation work, and we are doing our best to spread that awareness throughout Sleepy Hollow. We can attest that the MOFD chipper program provides a rallying point and sense of urgency for neighbors to work together to reduce wildfire risk at a scale that single homes cannot accomplish. MOFD deserves much credit for their willingness to partner with us in this worthy goal. We also understand that as of June 15th, the MOFD pivoted from the chipping program to compliance assessments and citations. There are many residents who were not able to participate in the chipper program in May, but who still wish to do so. Please consider extending the chipping program to encourage residents to continue to reduce fire fuels on their properties through the summer and into the height of fire season. Best regards, Sleepy Hollow Neighborhood Association.
Comment number 5 from Perrin Kaloit. I recently found out that the chipper program has ended. This has been a great program, and I hope that the department will reconsider and continue the program. I live in Sleepy Hollow, and we are working hard to get our entire neighborhood designated as a FireWise neighborhood. The chipper program has been a great incentive for homeowners to work together and make the neighborhood safer.
Comment number 6 from Karen Kinzer of Sleepy Hollow. Thank you for all you are doing to keep us fire safe. I am asking that you please extend the chipper service so that our neighbors can help keep everyone safe by cleaning out their properties. Many thanks.
Comment number 7 from Mark and Kelly Gerberman. I understand that as of June 15th, the MOFD pivoted from the chipping program to compliance assessment and citations. There are many of us who were not able to participate in the chipper program in May, but who still wish to do so. Please consider extending the chipping program to enable us to continue to reduce fire fuels on our properties through the summer and into the height of the fire season.
Comment number 8 from Bob Huberman. Please extend the chipper program as much as possible. I have noticed a tremendous change during my walks through Sleepy Hollow. Beyond the fact that COVID-19 has given homeowners time at home to upgrade their decorative landscaping, there is an absolutely astounding amount of brush clearing being done. Many homeowners are do-it-yourself clearing brush, which, especially for older residents, can take a considerable amount of time. Not just cutting the brush, but cutting it to size for moving to the street. Unfortunately, the end of the program passed before some were able to complete their effort. The more you are able to support removal of brush from street side piles, the more neighbors will cut and clear their properties. Thanks very much for your leadership and educational outreach.
Comment number 9 from Randy Thomas. I want to thank Chief Winokur and the MOFD for all the work and information they have provided to help us all harden our homes and property against a potential wildfire. Although I was hoping to take advantage of the MOFD chipper program that you implemented this spring, due to limitations placed on us all by the epidemic, I was somewhat limited in what I could do to my property before May and was not ready for the MOFD chipper crew when they were in our neighborhood last month. I currently have about 10 to 15 yards of debris on my property that I need to dispose of. My understanding is that MOFD chipping crew suspended their operation on June 15 to focus on compliance work. I would like you to consider extending the chipper program in some form to help those of us who were unable to take advantage of this great resource in the spring. Thank you for your consideration in this matter.
Comment number 10 from Joan Keykafer. I am a block chair for the Sleepy Hollow Neighborhood Association. We are continuing to work with our neighbors to clear brush, branches, and trees from their properties. Much work has been done, but there is still more to do to continue getting ready for fire season. Please consider extending the chipping program to encourage residents to continue to reduce fire fuels on their properties through the summer and into the height of fire season.
Comment number 11 from Danusia Zarota. I am writing in support of continuing the chipper program through the summer. It is effective in bringing neighbors together for fuel mitigation that might not otherwise get done and increase awareness and compliance.
Comment 12 from Brian Waters. As a former CAL FIRE firefighter, I recognize, as do you, that when it comes to fire prevention and protection, that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. As a resident of the Sleepy Hollow neighborhood in Orinda, I commend MOFD for their FireWise program supported work to date, including the successful chipper program, and request that MOFD extend the chipper program to continue to reduce the threats of wildfires in our community. Thank you for your consideration in this important matter.
Comment number 13 from Pat Hudson. I am writing to urge you to extend the neighborhood chipping program in Orinda. In September of 2019, scheduling the MOFD chipper to come to Sleepy Hollow motivated outstanding fuel mitigation work, including a community work day when we all pitched in to help each other trim excess vegetation and pile it along the street for chipping. In fact, this collaboration and action in our area resulted in our being granted FireWise certification for 2019. Yet we know this is not a one and done effort. We are determined to win FireWise certification for 2020. So we scheduled another visit by the MOFD chipper in late May 2020. As we did last year, the homes in our neighborhood really put our hearts and backs into work, and there is a lot of work to do in this part of Orinda. We are well aware that our homes lie right in the path of a potential wildfire starting in Briones Park and being blown by the hot, dry winds of late summer right through our part of Orinda. We also know that preparation for wildfire is never done, but we are now starting to feel the self-empowerment of hardening our homes. We again piled the dead vegetation high along our street, and the chipper, originally scheduled for 2 days, had returned a third day to finish up. It felt great to get all that wildfire fuel out of our yards. Of course, we hope a wildfire never engulfs our wonderful Sleepy Hollow neighborhood. And we are extremely grateful to MOFD for making the North Orinda fuel break a reality. Nevertheless, fuel mitigation work by each homeowner is pivotal, and the chipper program is foundational to both motivating and rewarding that work. There are many residents who are not able to participate in the chipper program in May, but who still wish to do so. In fact, 3 homes on my street already have dead tree limbs piled along the road, and my husband and I were definitely planning to do more work in our yard in time to take advantage of another chipper opportunity in July or August. Please consider extending the chipper program to encourage residents to continue to reduce fire fuel on their properties all through the summer and fall months.
Comment number 14 from Rob Schroeder. I am writing on behalf of the homeowners in the Sleepy Hollow neighborhood regarding the postponement of the chipper program. We organized a very successful 3 days of chipping, and just when word was starting to spread about the program, it was postponed. We still have many neighbors who would like to participate. However, lack of income due to the COVID-19 pandemic has them opting not to do the work as they cannot cover the cost. I urge the board to release more funds towards the CHIPPR program so that this important work can continue.
Comment number 15 by Christine Hilsinger. I am writing on behalf of the greater Monte Vista area located in high fire risk North Orinda. 3 of us have been working on developing a fire-wise community here since March. May 1, we had expanded to 6 neighbors and had a Zoom info meeting about fuel mitigation with Jeff Isaacs and Gordon Graham. May 20, Jeff Isaac did a walkthrough regarding specifics on fire fuel reduction and evacuation considerations with 8 of us. May 29, 10 homeowners participated in our first CHIPPR day. We are so appreciative of the free CHIPPR service since expenses to reduce fire fuels is expensive. We also believe that working together with MOFD is imperative and very much appreciate Jeff Isaacs, Gordon Graham, and Scott Call and all they do to heighten safety for Orinda residents. We hope to schedule another chipping day when the service becomes available again in September, though many of us see the need to continue our fuel mitigation efforts through the summer.
There's one hand raised. Sue Wecht, if you'd please unmute her.
Sue Wett has been unmuted.
Thank you. As a Firewise block captain, I communicated in advance with fire mitigation manager Gordon Graham the amount of yard trimmings on specific streets in the Downs. And that was with the idea that the objective was to optimize their time here. We didn't want them to waste time. So and Gordon was great with our back and forth communication. We were able to pinpoint the streets that needed the CHIPPR to go to, streets they could avoid. So I think as more of our community becomes Firewise neighborhoods, we can look to Firewise block captains to be that in between the homeowners and MOFD and the CHIPPR program, so we're not wasting time and we aren't dealing with large juniper trees that need to be taken care of by a professional tree service. Thank you.
Is that it?
I have Melanie Light has raised her hand. I'm unmuting her.
Good evening, thanks. I just wanted to respond to Chief Winokur's report. Most of the challenges sound like it's from us entitled and undisciplined citizens here. And I would, in a way, I'm echoing Sue. I think it's a process. We need to learn more about what would make this program work. I think people sometimes can be thoughtless. I would say that as myself having run several community organizations, the best word in those cases is no. You can't really accommodate people who aren't following the rules. And we can learn the rules. We can make this more efficient, more streamlined. And as Sue said, the more that everyone comes up to speed on the Firewise principles, we understand what we're looking at. A lot of people, we live in nature, but we don't even know what we're looking at. We don't know a tree trunk from a limb. You know, it's pretty sad. So I would please ask for your patience. I would ask that we continue the program for so many reasons that people have said. And I'm not sure that even you guys are thinking if we pay, we'll have skin in the game and we'll behave ourselves better. I'm not sure that money is the thing. Maybe there needs to be a better online forms to sign into. You know, a different way to organize it. So anyway, in any case, these are all solvable problems. I think the program is just beginning. I think the citizens can learn how to respond better. And I think that MOFD can maybe learn how to put the information out better and wrangle us a little better. And I think we should continue this. It's a very, very positive thing. Thank you.
I am unmuting Charles Port.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, Charles.
My mother always said a stitch in time saves nine. If you consider the cost of a wildfire in Orinda compared to the chipper program cost, I think that an ounce of prevention clearly is called for. I was the organizer for my neighborhood, and I made sure that everybody followed all the rules. We stacked everything very carefully. I explicitly told them 6-inch limit and make sure that your piles are chipper friendly. I worked with Gordon. He was very helpful. I am also trying to organize my neighborhood into a fire-wise community. I think it's absurd to not continue the program through the summer, given that the high winds and high temperatures are expected at the end of the summer. I beg you to find a way to continue both the chipper program and the citations where you need to do them. Thank you very much.
Any more? That concludes our written public comments and raised hands.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll close the public comment session on item 9.7 now. Thank you to all the community members who commented. We feel it. We feel your pain. We understand how important this program is. Believe me, we do. Directors, discussion on this item.
Chief, would it be possible for you to give us a little, just foundational data on, what the costs of, if it's a 2.5 month gap we're supposed to be filling here, what it would cost to kind of keep the status quo, or what, just give us some data about what all this costs.
And before you do that, Chief, my question would be, with the staff we presently have, with our 3 inspectors and our fuels mitigation manager, could we even do the program if we had the money? And do everything else. I don't know how we would be able to do the program. Could we just, I know that we do use a variety of vendors for the chipping and the trucks. So could we just use those vendors, or would one of our MOFD staff members have to be on site? I know we'd have to coordinate, and that takes time. So if you can just kind of get into that a little bit.
Sure. So the primary chipping contractor we use is relatively inexpensive, but that's because it's just one person with the truck, and MOFD provides staff that enable that work to occur. That vendor is about $75 an hour, and plus obviously a few additional things to include dump fees when we're hauling away. When we're unable to provide staff members to participate and be on site, the costs rise dramatically to between $1,600 and $1,900 per day per chipper, obviously with dump fees and so forth being added on to that. So the costs go up dramatically if we're not on site. Secondly, having to do with staff capacity, managing the assessments, the inspections, the re-inspections, and ultimately the lien process for people who are non-compliant. That takes a significant amount of management time as well, so that Gordon, who has been organizing and doing the outreach and the education and ensuring that where there is the block captain structure, those folks understand what it is that we're looking for, so they can be good partners and make sure their neighborhood is properly organized. There is a finite amount of time that he is able to spend on chipping if he's also coordinating inspections. Inspections result in violations. Violations very often result in a person who is frustrated, upset, uncertain, who is contacting the district, who requires our attention in order to ensure they understand what the violation means they have to do. That was certainly a theme last year as we ramped up our inspections. So there's some limits on what we can do with available staff. There's obviously also a cost element. At a certain point, if the demand for the chipper program is as great as I believe the board just heard it is, and as was referenced in the staff report, we've touched a lot of homes. Close to 400 homes is a lot of homes for us. It's also far short of the 14,000 parcels in the district. So my concern becomes that if we turn this back on and say, okay, we're going to continue to chip using a third-party vendor, obviously there's an X factor when we don't know who's showing up because we're hiring someone else to do it. So there is a little uncertainty about what we're going to get on a daily basis there. But my concern becomes, and really one of the things that I would ask for the board's direction or consideration of, is if we start back in on this, what is our commitment? How much of the district's resources is the board willing to commit? Because if the demand is as widespread and the program is as popular as it certainly appears to be, it's very hard to turn this off once it has been started again. And once people have either scheduled or believe they have scheduled a chipper day by virtue of whatever reason that gave them the certainty that a chipper was coming, once those piles are built, we take what could be seen and currently is seen as a positive, but as at least one of the public comments alluded to, the resident did not make the day the chipper was coming. The resident is now, this went from being a positive to a negative in the case of that resident who would like to know why we haven't come back to chip the material. Certainly, as was alluded to in the comments and from in the written material, that the vast majority of residents have just been textbook. They've done exactly what we asked them to do. Their piles were well organized. It was the appropriate material. It was in a place that was easily accessible. The feedback and responsiveness that the specialists have reported has been overwhelmingly positive. But I offered up those examples just as to make the case that when you're talking about a community of this size, there are always going to be some outliers that either don't understand the program or are pushing the limits of the program. And those outliers, it's managing those cases. That's where Jeff and Gordon and ultimately my time is consumed, because the people who are pushing it, they require, we're not in a position where I think it's a good idea to tell the specialists they have the authority to leave a pile and drive away. I'm not comfortable with that. That requires an additional level of engagement to make sure that we're doing everything we can to resolve this problem so that we don't turn a positive into a negative. And so my concern for the board is that if we were to move forward and were we to turn this back on at a cost of $1,600 to $1,900 per day for contracted chipping until such a time as we're done with the assessment, inspection, reinspection, lien process, which best case scenario will be complete by September 1st, that are we prepared to put the 3 chippers on the street per day that we had during times in May and June? And are we prepared to lift the burden as MOFD for the cost that will incur? I think this program has the potential to grow to a scale that it will exceed the resources that the board, it certainly has the ability to exceed the resources that have currently been allocated to it. And it's not clear to me at what point that demand is going to be, we're going to satiate that desire for this service. And so I think it's important to have a discussion about either increasing the funding for it dramatically, or identifying partners so that we're not bearing the cost alone, or to identify a cost share that will decrease the cost and bring some more organization into some of those communities and areas of the district that do not have organized FireWise block captains and do not have a formal structure with whom we can communicate. That the cost share is a mechanism that would cause residents to work together in advance of the chipper day.
Chief, how many of the days did we have 3 chippers at a time?
Not very many. It was catch up as we approached the deadline. Our concern was that neighborhoods in which we had already started, many of which what was initially anticipated to be the demand grew as the word got out. So as we pushed through into late May and early June, there were a number of days where we increased the number of chippers on the street in order to get all of those areas that we were committed to complete prior to the June 15th pivot to assessments and citations.
So in those 2 months, what was the average number of chippers we had every day?
probably 1.25. I mean, the vast majority of the time we had one, but the program picked up steam. I mean, early on, certainly last year we provided chipping, but there wasn't a whole lot of demand for it because we weren't hauling chips away. It was only broadcast in place, which significantly reduced the number of residents that were participating. And as we started putting the haul away service, offering that, the demand grew. I suspect shelter in place increased participation because people were home. And as the weather improved and people began thinking more about fire safety, and it became a more appropriate seasonal time to do the work, the demand grew very, very rapidly.
So a budget for the summer, if we used outside people only, would be a couple $1,000 a day.
Yes, sir. If we're committed, I mean, once again, this board direction with regard to guardrails, if the direction is we will fund 1 chipper per day for the summer months, and then we will, and understanding that will be without district staff participating, so at the more expensive rate. And then we'll just be very careful that we don't overcommit beyond that number of days of chipping, but once again, my concern becomes understanding that 1 chipper per day for the summer months may very well not meet the community-wide demand this is generating.
Okay.
And Chief, when the chipper crew pulls up on a site with for example, that homeowner that removed the Monterey pines and they left all the stump or the large trunk to be chipped, what happens in a scenario like that? Do you just tell the homeowner, hey, you need to remove that on your own, or how is that handled?
So in that particular case, it wasn't just the stumps, the entire trees were bucked, and the branches, the rounds, the entire trees were left there. In that case, we took care of the most egregious as far as things that represented the greatest fire safety threat. And we did not, I mean, it would have been, I anticipate that would have been 3 or 4 full days worth of chipping on that one site. In that particular, this is last year, mind you, but in that particular case, having taken care of the smaller stuff that was on the perimeter of the pile, and we informed the homeowner that was not the intent of the pile and left it. We were back there today, as a matter of fact, investigating a complaint of fire code violations called in by one of the neighbors, and the vast majority of the rounds and piles are still there and will be a matter of a citation in the near future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Further comments from the board?
I guess the concept of a cost share of some kind, I think the chief had commented on the fact that sometimes there are stragglers, sometimes I'm going to guess there are times you show up where there's not very much to do also, and not the theoretical 6 or 5 or 6 houses you're supposed to have as a group that really did something. And so my thought on that would be as an incentive. It doesn't usually take a lot. Free usually gets overused and abused. Meaning people forget, people say, oh, I forgot, and the truck shows up anyway. And so I think what I would call a reasonable cost share, $200 or $300 per group. If it's 5 or 6 houses you're supposed to have, or a fire-wise group or whatever, but enough money so that it's $50 a household kind of thing. It's much cheaper than having somebody else do it, but it makes sure that the people say, well, gee, I paid my $50, I'm really going to get it done. And hopefully because of that, they will also realize, it'll make them probably a little more reading the rules. So I would, not that it's a huge cost saving for us necessarily, but it's more an organizational factor and a motivational factor for the people, and to make the system work better.
A little skin in the game.
Yeah, they have a little skin in the game, and that's usually, in most things in life, that's a good thing, And so I would personally be in favor of, at least having. And again, I don't know whether you have to commit to a full day of chipping. If you go out and hire these guys, if you have to commit to a whole summer, or if you can, if it can be a little bit more of a spot basis thing. I don't know. You have more experience hiring chipper people, outside contractors. But I would say having, if it's going to cost us a couple $1,000 a day, so that's $10,000 a week for how many weeks is it? 12 weeks or something, right? 10 weeks, I guess it's 10 weeks, huh?
10 weeks.
So it's $100,000. that doesn't, for all the good, I mean, you know, can't think of another thing we've ever had as much community input on as we have about the CHIPPR program, and especially good, meaning positive community input on. So, you know, we just heard from Gloria Ann that we had a $500,000, you know, budget surplus last year. I realize, you know, things are tough out there, but I think this is an important part of our posturing and the position we have and the image we have and the leadership that's needed for the community. And I think that would be money, and it's reducing the risk and making people feel better about the whole situation. So I think that would be money well spent. And it's not an ongoing, you know, it's not a recurring thing that necessarily has to happen. You know, we're not building a building or something that you have to keep making the mortgage payment on. It's a one-time for this summer. We can have a longer discussion after we figure out what's up with our budgets for, you know, the long range forecasts as we talked about other things.
You know, I agree with you, Craig, but also, you know, the chief, we have all of these inspections to do, which is also going to reduce the fuel load and make homes compliant. Do we have the manpower to do all this, chief?
I mean, we're obviously, there are going to be some limits. We're not going to be able to coordinate the multiple chippers, and there are some limits on what we can do because both of these require both the inspections and the follow-ups and the coordination and the organization of the chipping days, especially in neighborhoods that are not previously organized and don't have experience with it. Can be pretty time intensive, involves usually a number of on-site visits to make sure that the best practices and the stacking the material is understood. It will be, we will not be able to operate at the same capacity we were in late May and June when there were 4 full-time staff dedicated to this problem exclusively with support from the fire marshal and myself. Those folks are going to be fully engaged in the inspections. That said, we do have the capacity, the staff capacity to organize the chipping to some degree, particularly if we're using the vendor who comes with their own folks. That helps cut down some of the requirements on MOFD staff.
Chief, my understanding, we noticed the public about this saying, you know, there's certain dates, January through June is when the chipping program was going to be. Is that correct?
We haven't previously put a date on it because the demand for the service wasn't nearly as great. That said, the funding for it was exhausted during that period.
Okay, so the funding that we've set aside, the funding that we have had set aside for this is exhausted, and we have other jobs that need to get done: the inspections, the follow-up inspections, all that stuff. We've just got done earlier talking about how we've got to cut back on spending, and here we are. Well, we've got an extra $100 grand. Let's go ahead and throw it at some wood chips. I don't see that being a very wise spend on our part right now. We're cutting back, and we're just going to throw $100 grand at, you know, wood chipping program.
This is Director Jacks. We delayed the spending of capital, you know, and I think the rest of the budget was, you know, certainly not luxurious, but, you know, it isn't like we cut departments or anything, you know, and we have the same staff. And I think we've had, you know, it's, again, we heard a lot of people say, you know, the whole, you know, stitch in time saves 9 kind of thing, preventative maintenance, and a lot of positive community effort. And I think we need to figure out,
it's been great. You know, I love the chipping program. Don't get me wrong. I've been hearing great things on my end over here, and the chipping program is great. It ran its, you know, we did its time. The resources need to be now shifted to in the office, doing the inspections, doing the re-inspections, all that stuff. Next year, if we have the money to extend it and do more, then that'd be great. But we don't have that now. We need to move on to our other things that need to get done.
Well, we just found $500,000.
Well, we did.
Great. Then let's grab that and do the staffing that we had discussed 3-4 months ago. Put that towards that we talked about that prior to all this.
It's not an ongoing expense we're talking about. It's a one-time 2.5-month expense that if we need to in the middle of it, we can stop It's not an ongoing fixed expense that is almost impossible to stop, which is what staffing is. This is a very different animal than that.
And we have over $1 million deficit coming up in the next fiscal year. So yes, we have some money in our surplus right now, but it's, as I think Director Jex could say, everything he's been talking about is the picture is not rosy, and I don't think we should be spending that surplus that we have right now. There's so many unknowns, and I agree with Director Bates. Though I think it's a very important project. It's removed almost 200 tons of material. I think we need to concentrate on our inspection program right now for the summer. I just don't think that we have. Yes, we could throw money at it and hire a vendor, but you still have to have the staff going back multiple times, coordinating it, and it's going to take them away from doing the inspection program that just ended, that just began this week.
Well, I guess another way to think about the inspections, Chief, is to say, gee, we're having now inspections that are effectively being done by the FireWise people, for example. They're going around and helping people, in addition to Jeff and others, but they are doing a little bit of self-policing more than they otherwise would. And they're, I guess it'd be interesting to see how many tons of material are removed from the places where we give people tickets. Because I'm going to guess it's not 400 tons. I pretty much bet it's not 400 tons. It's probably 1/100th of that. And so it really makes you wonder if that's, I know we have to do the inspections, so I'm not arguing that. But I'm just saying, when we really think about what's the most important, what's the biggest bang we're going to get for our buck? Inspections, it's not completely obvious to me that that's actually a bigger bang for your buck than doing the chipping program is. If the idea is to make the community safer and to reduce fuel, I'm going to bet that for $100,000, which you're already going to spend on your staff anyway, you're going to reduce a lot more fuel in 2.5 months through the chipper program than you are through the inspection program.
I don't disagree, sir. But I would say that the residents who have filed complaints, that is an argument that I think would have to come in the form of board policy to explain to them that their complaints are not going to be serviced.
But we're doing a lot more than just responding to complaints in that 2.5 months. We're also being incredibly proactive during that 2.5 months, because the 60 complaints don't take 4 people 2.5 months to go deal with.
Yes, sir. I agree.
So in reality, when you think about it, all the rest of the work that they're doing to do random inspections on people where there haven't been complaints, would it be better to have them do random inspections or to actually do the chipping program?
Yes, sir. The board can certainly direct that. They're not random, however. I would be very clear that we respond to complaints, and we also are focused, as laid out in the Wildfire Strategic Prevention Plan, to do inspections along the evacuation routes in the perimeter in the areas where they're identified as having the greatest return. But that is certainly something the board can direct that we stop. And then we will focus on other things. We would, however, if that decision were made, there would have to be a separate discussion, obviously, regarding the funding or a decision to purchase a chipper and truck.
Yeah, I would even be, John, I'd like to hear, John Jackson, I'd like to hear your opinion, but I would even be willing to take $100,000 out of the funding we're going to put into the pension trust this year, and if necessary, double it next year or something if we have to. But I think there's a much more urgent need to do this than there is to fund our, for $100,000 to fund, that $100,000, which is a 20th of what we're going to put into the pension trust fund, for example.
This is Director Jackson. Just a couple of questions and then I'll give my comment. When we first started the chipper program, it was shipped and the chips were left on site. How much of the cost are we incurred by hauling them out?
Yes, sir. The chip and broadcast, it depends. When we haul to the dump site, it effectively doubles the cost to do the work. So as we talked about early on, when we did not offer that service, when it's hauled and dumped, we pay the haul time and we pay the dump fee. And the haul time is several hours because the nearest site is out in the East County, and the dump fee can be between $400 and $600 depending on the size of the load. For the moment, we have a opportunity to dump chips behind Miramonte High School, where they're using them for weed mitigation and weed control. That reduces the cost, but there's still a period, the day is shortened when you're hauling, and the cost goes up. So one of the things that inhibited demand for the program early on, so to the point of efficiency, we were more efficient and we had less demand when we weren't hauling, but that also significantly limited the number of homes that could participate to just those homes that had unlandscaped or undeveloped areas of their property. And obviously that is a small subset of the district. That also happens to be those homes that are in the most overgrown areas, however.
Yeah. What if the idea of having some skin in the game, in other words, in terms of, if you're looking at, a shared responsibility with the district of continuing the program because of the demand, and I think it's obviously been an incredibly successful program, and I think my guess is if this goes on, I mean, things grow back again. It's not going to stop in the future. It's not something we're doing for 18 months and then it's going to end, I don't think. But I think, like the idea, and if you had, whether it's $300, $400 as a fee for, and I don't know, you can do it by volume, but I mean, there's some idea if it's a community thing, it's a shared thing, and I assume that if you did a group like one community area, is that a day project or is that a half a day or what would be a normal expectation versus just a single property?
Sure, it depends. And it really, I apologize for being vague in the answer, but in one of the written comments that were submitted to the board, the resident referenced 10 to 14 yards on their parcel. That's a full day, if not more, of chipping for that parcel. On the other hand, we've had some areas that there wasn't as much vegetation built up, where there were an entire neighborhood, or in the case of a court, probably 20 homes on it, was done in a day and made a significant improvement. So it depends on how much vegetation is being removed, whether it's being broadcast, which is much faster, or whether it's being hauled, the size of the vegetation, the manner in which it's organized. So it all comes together. All of those variables are factors regarding how much time it takes. As a general statement, when it comes to cost share, the obvious way to do it would be by day, so that there's a cost share per day for chipper service.
Right, and that's what I was going to get to. I think, if it's a small thing, fee's $300. If it's a big thing, it's $600 or whatever it might be, a gradated thing. But it would still provide an incentive to do it. But at least they're going to share in the cost to some degree of what we're trying to do for the community. And so I think that would go a long way if you're going to use resources, but have them participate. I would be very much in favor. I think it's something we ought to continue on an ongoing basis rather than stopping during this particular increasing high-risk area time. That would, I think, be a huge mistake to stop it. But I do believe there's a reasonable way of setting up a fee structure that would help to cover the additional costs during this period.
Chief, I would also agree with a cost sharing. I think that'd be great. But I think as of right now, the chipping needs to stop because that's what our plan was, and it's the money that we have set aside for it. And then either at a later time or a different meeting, we sit down and figure out how we're going to go forward, whether it be at the, in September when we start chipping again, how we do a cost sharing where we, rebroadcast it for free, or we chip it, haul it away and we, charge you for that and share the cost on that. But if the money's spent out right now, then we should walk away from the chipping for the time being, figure out how we're going to work a fee schedule and start back up again in September.
And that's the reason it's on the agenda for today, is so we can figure out all those things.
Well, I'm agreeing with Director Bates on this one too. I just don't think I'm ready to take funds that we really don't have and put it toward this program right now.
One thing I might just mention, directors, is you do have this meeting coming up on, I think it's, I want to say Monday with Orinda, and I think Moraga as well, this committee meeting. Since this seems to be a matter of such community concern, it may be something that I want to discuss there too.
Absolutely. Yes. So, Director Bates, you want to make a motion?
I make a motion.
I don't think we need a motion, actually. We don't need a motion.
Okay.
Right. I don't think.
There's no
action here, so.
Well, there was supposed to be action. We specifically said this was part of the budget discussion.
Okay. Yes. I mean, so there could be. I mean, it's not a.
Well, it's not agendized for action.
Yeah. I mean, if we wanted to.
But I think that I think that there's an expectation based on listening to all the comments that were communicated during the, part of the, preceding this, that there was, I don't know how many comments, but what, 20 or more?
Yes.
That were submitted, all of them requesting continuance of the program. And I think if you proceed without some action being taken to give some indication to the community in terms of how or what we're going to do to respond to their request, I think you create a real firestorm in terms of community support.
I do too.
Well, it does say that you provide direction to staff, so it's not an action item, but you can provide direction to staff.
I think that there's some, if it's an issue of coming up with a proposal.
I specifically requested putting this on the board for a decision. So if somebody didn't put it on that way, somebody better step up to the plate and say why they didn't.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's on like this. But I mean, we can amend the budget. I mean, if the board felt that we wanted to go back and add this into the budget, we could do that. I mean, like you said that, Director Jorgens, earlier, that the budget, it's flexible. We can change it next week if things change. So.
But I specifically said that this item was out of order because we need it early before we approved the budget. I said, this is going to be part of that.
Mm-hmm.
I think we need some more input on the chief. Exactly, if we were to continue this, instead of having 3 chippers, maybe having a chipper, perhaps 3 days a week. Inspections is as important as the chipping. They're all important.
They're all important.
And I'm not disagreeing that the chipper program is great and been very successful with, building community and reducing fuel. I get it, and I hear them, but we have to do our inspections as well. So we just we need direction from the chief if he can really manage both of those things. Period. If he can manage both of those things.
So, Chief, can you manage 1 chipper 3 days a week during the summer if we find the money?
Yes, sir. We can do that.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out a balance for the citizens that want this chipper program, and for the business that we have to do, because we have to also do our inspections. That's not going away, and we want to make sure that our evacuation routes are free of debris and clear. And we already know that it's going to be, God forbid we have a fire here, that getting everybody out is going to be difficult. That's why we have to do these inspections as well. It's all very important.
I agree. So I think the simple math for that, thank you, Michael. I agree with you. So I think the simple math is if we do one chipper a day and it's $2,000 a day and we do it 3 days a week, that's $6,000. If we charge $300 a day as our skin in the game fee, just as a thought, that gets you to $5,100 a day. We said it was going to be for 10 weeks. That's $51,000.
I just want to make sure the chief, that we get our inspections done like in a timely fashion, and that we can do our chipping as well. Is that something that your staff can handle, Chief?
Yes, sir, we can. I think we need to be very clear, though, that while 3 days a week is good, this is not. I have a very clear sense that this is not going to meet the community's demand. And I'm not suggesting that we're under an obligation to have a chipper in front of every parcel on any given day. But what I needed, which I believe we're starting to coalesce around, is some sense of what it is we're going to commit to, and then we will manage how many locations are signed up or we commit to, so that we don't overcommit. I would suggest, as John Holtzman mentioned earlier, that this is not a small problem, and this is not a problem, as Director Jex referenced, that's going to be solved in some short period of time. This is going to be a recurring issue for which there is, I believe, an insatiable demand. And I don't disagree that it's a worthy project. I would suggest, however, that these are the sort of things that the Joint Committee and start talking as a cohesive whole, the city, the town, and MOFD, about what the long-term solution to this looks like, because I don't think that we are going to chip our way out of the accumulated fuels in this area in the next several months. I think this is going to take concerted year-round work for years. And I'm concerned that we may be, I'm not suggesting this is the end of the conversation, but I am very strongly suggesting that there is going to be a need for further conversation with our partners, the other agencies that have jurisdiction here, about what the long-term solution looks like, because this is clearly a great way to unlock the latent desire of the residents to do work to reduce fuel loading. But we are going to have to talk about how it is funded and how it is fielded at the levels it needs to be fielded, and then how do we potentially expand this and include things like roadside clearance in alignment with the trim notices that City of Orinda does, and City and Town of Moraga similar programs. I just want to be clear that the chipping at the scale we're talking about now I do not believe is going to meet the demand, and we're going to be telling people no, or we're going to be telling people we can't schedule you until some period in the relatively distant future to come out and do that chipping, because we are already booked for the next several months.
Chief, one more question. What other districts or departments are offering this program?
I'm sorry?
What other districts or departments are offering this program, chipping?
On a limited scale, here and there, but typically these are very limited engagements tied to grant funds. We've historically done these with Fire Safe Council grants, grant funds, where it would be an engagement, as in we're going to come chip this area for this number of days utilizing those grant funds. There may be, but I'm not aware of other districts that make an unlimited commitment of no-cost community chipping.
Thank you.
The Tahoe Fire District does. That's where the idea came from.
So let me see if I can maybe capture a sense of the board. And I don't know, Chief, whether this is because you're saying this is going to satisfy the desire, but I mean, it strikes me two things. I mean, the sense of the board seems to be, at least Craig, you've suggested, and I get the sense there might be a consensus forming around it. The idea of 3 days a week through the summer, with each house, was the house paying or the community paying $300? Yeah, $300. Whatever group it is would pay $300 towards it for a total cost of, say, $50,000 to the district.
Just for clarification, there's not a consensus on that. No, okay. There is not.
All right, I'm just trying to get to an end. So I'm not. To be clear, I'm not taking a position. Well, I mean, as I say, the other thing is you do have this committee meeting that 3 of you are going to be at on Monday, not the full board, however, but this is a community issue, obviously, of apparently great interest.
It is, and I'm also concerned about if we started this program again on some limited basis, how do you prioritize? I know the chipper has been utilized heavily in certain firewise areas. I don't know if it's been used in other areas very well, and how do we address that?
Balancing the chipping.
What's that?
Balancing the use of the chipping.
Yeah, I just think there's a lot. If we're talking about, the residents covering some costs now, I don't know that the demand is going to be there as much. I think I'm leaning more towards going with direct debates on this one right now. I don't think I'm ready to commit to what I heard 3 days a week and residents pay part of it. I just don't think we're ready to go there right now. So,
Director Donner.
What if you increased the thing from say 300 to 600? So there's more skin in the game. And then again, the issue of incentives to create firewise neighborhoods is probably a high priority in terms of trying to address the issue as well. And so there's nothing that would indicate to me that if you have a group or a community group working together, and this incentivizes that to be done, that would be the priority if there's an over demand.
Well, maybe
they could also get a community together and hire a chipper themselves and have the company come out and they can do this themselves too. We're not the only only people with a chipper.
No,
we offer this service for free. It's very nice for MLFD to do this, and it's serving a great cause. It's awesome. But we've exhausted our funds for it. We have other things that need to get done this summertime. And so if there are communities that need to get, people that need to take care of their yards and have stuff chipped, they can do that. That's okay.
Well, I think my view of the way the community views this is the largest portion of their tax dollars goes to MOFD. And based on that, they look and say—
Moraga-Orinda Fire Department, not shipping company.
I'll restate my statement again. The largest part of their tax dollar goes to MOFD, period. It's a fact. Then the question is, what does our community think should be done with that money? That's why they elected us to decide what to do with the money. We get roughly $25 or $30 million a year to figure out how to make our community safer, both for ambulances, for fire prevention, and for fire suppression. And it's up to this board, based on the input from the community, because the only people we're responsible to are our community, not to anyone else. What does our community want us to do to make them safer?
Well, I certainly understand their new involvement and excitement for hardening their properties and doing the chipping. But, as an expert in the fire service and serving 31 years, I also know the value of inspections and vegetation management and making sure that all of our homes are compliant, especially on our evacuation routes. So like I said before, it's all important.
Well, exactly. And so the question is, we have, it isn't like we're broke, okay? The question is, what are we willing to do? What are we willing to trade money from, for example, the pension funds that we have, or from our OPEB funds, or from some other project, we already agreed to delay some of the capital expenditures, for example. So, or the money that $500,000 we have left over from last year. Are we willing to spend $50,000 of that out of our $27 million budget to have our community continue to be involved and to continue to be enthusiastic about getting their chipping done, and to, you know, to be as involved with as they have been with our board.
No.
Okay. So I'll make a motion that I want to go back, since I voted yes for the budget, I want to go back and revise our budget. And I believe, according to our council, we're going to be able to do that.
Your budget was agendized, so you can ask for reconsideration of the budget.
So I want to go back and revise our budget, and I'm going to propose that in that revision, we charge people who want to use the chipping service $500 a day. We have the chief who said we could manage the program 3 days a week. We offer the program 3 days a week with a $500 fee to have that scheduled for a day. And we do that through September 1st.
And then in September 1st, we're going to find some more money and we're going to extend it some more and keep it pushing it on and on and on.
We can make that decision on September 1st.
If I can, the question first is there a second to the motion?
I would second it.
Okay. Now it's up for debate.
I find it kind of funny that all of a sudden we're not broke. We have money. We have all this other stuff. Yet earlier today we were talking about how doom and gloom this is going to be. We have no money. We've got to lock down and cut programs, and we need to save money. And then a couple of months ago, it was like, oh, we don't have money for other projects. We don't have money for staffing. We don't have money for anything. Well, now all of a sudden we have money. How is that? How all of a sudden we're not broke? We can spend money like crazy.
Well,
Hard no.
That we're not spending money like crazy. I don't think we cut a single program in our budget. So I think that's not correct. And I would argue this is not spending money like crazy. This is spending a trivial percentage of our budget on something that has tremendous community support and tremendous benefit for our community.
And I agree. In September, we fire this back up and we get it going again like it's supposed to. But the funds are done. Let's get on with the rest of the summertime and the inspections and everything else, and we will revisit this in September when we refire up the chipper. But no, we should not continue this through the summertime.
So
there wasn't money for that.
Okay. If I could suggest, this is a motion for reconsideration. And so I think the first question really is not to debate it, but to decide whether you want to reconsider the item that you've, the budget. I'm sorry, getting late. So my suggestion is you should have a vote on whether or not you wish to reconsider the budget.
So not on the motion that was made, just a motion to reconsider.
That's right.
Okay. Does somebody want to make that motion to just reconsider? Would be item 9.3.
I move we reconsider item 9.3.
Is there a second?
I second it.
Okay. I think we've had discussion. Let's any more discussion, or should we take a vote on the motion to reconsider? No more discussion. Let's take a vote on a roll call vote on reconsidering 9.3.
Director Bates?
No.
Director Donner?
No.
Director Jex?
Yes.
Director Jorgens?
Yes.
President Danziger?
No.
Motion fails.
Okay. Going back to my agenda here. I'm going to go back to item 9.7, the chipping program again. I'd like to suggest that we bring this back to the board with maybe some further discussion at our next meeting when we have some time to talk about, sharing costs and how the program would work and, if we can really do it. So
And then we can also, we have this meeting with the city and the town
Yes.
on Monday.
Mhm.
I think we can also, bring it to their attention on how important this is to our constituents, and see what kind of input we get from the city and the town, and what kind of help is offered.
Okay, I agree with that.
Yeah, they need to have just as much skin in the game as we do. So I think it's a good idea.
Okay, so with that said, I think we're going to move on. We're going to move on to 10, which is committee reports. I think on 10.1 Finance Committee, 10.2 Ad hoc, 10.3 Facilities, I don't think we have anything. Under 10.4, we have the Joint Fire Prevention Committee. That is scheduled for this coming Monday. That's the subcommittee that's been referred to several times tonight. That's going to include representatives from MOFD, the City of Orinda, the Town of Moraga, and I believe from the Candace Anderson's supervisor office as well.
And I just wanted to add that meeting is on Monday, June 22nd at 4 p.m. and it will be via Zoom teleconference. Because we have 3 of our board members attending, I will be noticing this meeting as a special board meeting on Friday with the agenda sent out when I receive it from the City of Orinda.
Okay, great, thank you.
And as a board meeting, all 5 board members may attend, but are not required to, but they all may attend.
Okay. And a question for council before that meeting. There's 3 of us that have been officially, going to that meeting. If there's votes to be taken, how does that work? I mean, I don't know if there's.
I have counseled, and I have looked at the agenda for that meeting, that, this is an advisory.
Okay.
And I would suggest, especially because it's likely that only 3 members are going to attend, because you're a fully constituted board at that point. So if you were to take an action that was a formal action to do X, that would be binding on MOFD, and so it's particularly important that this be an advisory board. And that, unless, of course, your intention is to bind the board, that it be advisory. I've spoken to the chief about this as well. And I've also talked to Orinda's council about this to emphasize that these are advisory. It's an advisory committee. But I would also say for the board members who are officially kind of on that committee, that you should be cautious, because do recognize you represent a quorum of the board and can bind the board.
Okay, thank you. Any other director comments on any committee reports? Is there, I guess at this point, any public comment on committee reports? On item, anything under item 10?
We do not have any hands raised, and we have not received any written public comment, and I have started the timer.
Okay.
That concludes our 1-minute timer.
Okay, thank you. We'll close the public comment on everything under item 10. We'll move on to item 11 is announcements. 11.1, any directors have anything to report? Hearing none, we'll move on to 11.2. It's questions and informational comments from board members and staff. Anything? Okay, hearing none, I'll move on. Item 11.2.1 is district recognition of member service to COVID-19 pandemic response. This is an item that I asked the chief to put on the agenda. It wasn't specifically just for the COVID-19 pandemic response, but I wanted to take the opportunity to thank everyone who works for the district for their service during what's been a difficult period, starting from, probably back in October, or even earlier than that, with a fatality fire we had, and we had the episode over Halloween, and leading right up until some vehicle accidents we had, and leading up into the COVID-19 response. So this is an item on the agenda for the board to just recognize and thank the members of our district. And I'll be following up with the board members to just send a thanks for the service out to the members.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay. 11.3, we'll move into fire chief updates.
Good evening, directors. Under the first item, 3.1 COVID-19 response, we continue to work under slightly modified conditions with regard to the operating environment of the stations. Our decontamination procedures remain in effect. However, community transmission cases are down significantly, both in the community and in the county at large. The skilled nursing facility that had the outbreak continues to be an item of concern that we're utilizing enhanced PPE when responding to that facility. However, the curve appears to have been flattened, and we have the same uncertainty about how long that is going to last and what a second spike might look like. So with regard to suppression, we continue to keep in place the mitigating measures we used during the first onset of this, just because we don't know. And with the data being approximately 2 weeks behind, maintaining those protective measures in place seems like a good insurance policy. To date, we have not had any members test positive. However, we have had a number of exposures. In the office, we were shut down. I was the only one in the office for most of March and April. Beginning in the end of May, the fire marshal and Gordon Graham were back in the office coordinating the assessment, the education and outreach, doing the walkthroughs, working with the Firewise neighborhoods, and coordinating the chipping program. That's continued. We've now have a gradual reopening where members of the staff who are able to perform their jobs better from the office, either due to access to files or the scanner or the printer or whatever equipment, are coming in on a rotating basis a couple of days a week. And the staff has done an excellent job of adjusting to the demands of working remotely and carrying out the remote work conditions that we were under for the last several months. Christine and Glorianne had been leading up that transition and back in, making sure that we're following best practices and we're keeping protective measures in place. We have not seen a return of foot traffic into the office, and we would encourage any residents who have business with the district to call or write. We're trying to reduce the number of people that come in. However, we have put up obviously signage as required by law, as well as plexiglass shields to isolate the workspaces and to isolate the counter space when people come in. Our remote plan check and review has been working very well. Christine, unfortunately, had a family event and had to leave us early tonight. So obviously the board met the new members of the administrative staff and the field mitigation manager earlier this evening. Our 3 members at the Alameda County Fire Academy, 1 suffered an injury and was dropped from the academy. So we have 2 who are currently in the Fire Academy with an anticipated graduation date in mid-July. More information will be provided as that is provided. To say this has been non-standard when it comes to the onboarding of new employees with regard to firefighters would be a significant understatement, I believe. With that, I'll turn it over to Fire Marshal for a fuels mitigation update.
Good evening, directors. Update for you. We started inspections on the 16th. We have performed 270 inspections through assessment. Out of that 270, 59 have failed and were noticed for their violations with letters being mailed out. One of the things upon becoming the fire marshal was review the systems and programs in place in the fire prevention division. And I noticed we had multiple software systems performing similar type functions. So went out through the bid process following the purchasing guidelines and working with Chief and Glory Ann. We have 1 software system now. We found a vendor that we will be able to do all our exterior hazard abatement inspections, as well as our plan review and our mandated inspections from the state, and keep everything in 1 software system. And that has really helped us streamline the process and increase our inspection numbers in 2 days. End of report.
Hey, Jeff, also of note, we're continuing to work with Caltrans to identify, they have, as we discussed last year, they have very clearly stated that they're not subject to local control. However, it's also very obvious that areas, state-owned lands in and around Highway 24, to include the area where we suffered a 2-acre grass fire last Thursday night. That started from the freeway. It spread onto and off of state lands in SRA. The Title 19 of state code is very clear that if there is a fire on your land, it is therefore you have an unsafe condition. And if that fire spreads off your land onto the land of another, you also have an unsafe condition. So utilizing the fire marshal's contacts at the state level, we have identified that Caltrans is subject to state fire marshal jurisdiction, and they're coming down to participate in a walkthrough with MOFD staff, Caltrans staff, and representatives of the state fire marshal's office to identify a path to correct what we believe are obvious violations of Public Resource Code 4291 that exists on the state-owned lands along the freeway shoulder. So we'll continue doing that work. We've also been working to maintain the fuel break, the North Orinda Shaded Fuel Break, and to expand other areas that have requirements for fuel mitigation where prescribed fire is appropriate. If you can see my screen, I'll share a short video of some work we've been doing recently, working in a number of different fuel types. Removing, in this particular case with grass, removing heavy accumulations of grass and significant amounts of thatch. This is from last spring, doing training burn, and we are qualifying for members. The painted rock burn will occur this Friday to include, we hope, getting down the slopes on the ream side where there's significant amounts of heavy woody material. This is work maintaining the North Orinda Shaded Fuel Break along Wildcat Canyon. This is the burn that we used to trigger the satellite pass that was able to identify the fire from a satellite triggered by our ground-based sensors. It also removes significant accumulations of tree duff and litter accumulated underneath those trees that were left over from the fuel break work. So as we talked about last year, we came through in the fuel break and we took out the big stuff. This is coming through with a dustbin essentially after the fact to clean up all the sawdust, so to speak, that was left on the ground. There you see the hot spots of piles that were built. We've been utilizing MOFD firefighters, CAL FIRE, firefighting resources, CAL FIRE hand crews out of Delta Camp, and then been able to pull in a number of local agencies to include the East Bay Regional Parks hand crew as they come out to participate in these burns in a training environment. You'll note that we're burning grass, we're burning oak understory. This is down in the Downs neighborhood at the intersection of Sundown Terrace and Happy Valley Road. Immediately behind those trees in the background are homes. Burning in proximity to homes like this is very effective. It's also, it's a little, there's not a lot of room for error. So it's particularly careful that the work is done correctly. And this was a great good news story in that the work on that last burn, the prep work, the cutting in of control lines was done by the Homeowners Association, which really increased the efficiency. When the firefighters came in, they were able to get right to burning and did not have to spend a lot of time putting in the control lines, which normally consumes a significant amount of time and reduces the speed with which we can do our work. So we're continuing to carry out fuel mitigation work utilizing prescribed fire and seeking out opportunities to expand that, specifically through the increase of pile construction. One of the ways we can, one of the real challenges with the chipping program is accessibility. If there's a hillside covered in coyote brush, which we're very concerned about from a fire spread standpoint and fuel loading, cutting that coyote brush, moving it down to a site where a chipper can access it, and then chipping it. The cutting it is the easy part, and the movement of the material and then the chipping of it, that's very laborious and time consuming. On the other hand, when, as we did along the, off Donald Drive on Mulholland Ridge and off Wildcat Canyon, when the crew that is cutting it just piles it and sets it aside until times are, we reach ideal conditions to burn it, and then we come through and burn it. It's much more efficient, and it's a great opportunity for that partnership with large landowners and HOAs that have those open areas that are ideal for burning. It's a way to reduce the demand specifically for the chipper programming, increase the efficiency of the folks they have out doing the cutting, and expand our prescribed burning into the out months, because that's stuff that can be burned in the winter when everything else around it is dry. With that, move to the next item, 11.4.
Chief, one sec before you move from that, because you mentioned the North-Orinda shaded fuel break. So it looks like we're still doing activities related to the fuel break and still spending funds for the fuel break?
Yes, sir. We have until December 31st to conclude the project with the state of this year. All of the prescribed firework that's been occurring in North-Orinda along the North-Orinda shaded fuel break, that's funded by that project. We're billing that time for the firefighters and for Dennis's time. That's all being billed against the fuel break project. As was agreed to with the state, that's a great way to maintain it, and it allows us to do some cleanup work using fire in areas where the conditions were not right to put fire on the ground last fall. And then we also believe that there will be some money left over as the fuel break project, as the prescribed fire portion of the fuel break project closes out. Those additional funds will be allocated to doing targeted tree removal inside the North-Orinda shaded fuel break footprint, and that will close the project out. We anticipate having, we're going to be limited by weather here very shortly, and we'll be done with prescribed fire for the year. Any funds remaining at that point, we'll utilize a contractor to do targeted tree removal in areas that fire spread modeling suggests are going to be the most susceptible either to fire spread or where those trees have the greatest impact on limited evacuation routes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, ready to move on to 11.4, communications received?
So obviously the items that were previously reviewed under the relative, the item that was addressed to, and then the grand jury report, which was forwarded for director's review, that'll be agendized at a follow-on meeting. The board owes a response to the grand jury no later than 11 September.
Okay, thank you. Future agenda items, board, any, on the item you just talked about, the North-Orinda shaded fuel break, if appropriate, I'd like to see that actually appearing on the agenda with it, so you don't have to just give it to us in an update, maybe just an actual agenda item telling us what's going on with the fuel break and where we stand on financials for the fuel break.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything else right now? Okay. So I guess we'll, I don't know if we're going to get anything at this point, but the public can have an opportunity, I guess, to talk to anything under item 11. So we'll give one more minute and then we'll close this out.
That concludes our 1-minute timer.
Okay, thank you. We close the public comment on anything under item 11. Okay, item 12 is adjournment. Can I get a motion? Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay. Second?
Second.
Okay, before we take the vote and adjourn the meeting, I just would like to take this opportunity to say I'd like to adjourn this meeting in memory of Santa Cruz Sheriff Sergeant Damon Gutzwiller, who was fatally shot earlier last week. So we'll take a vote to adjourn.
Director Bates?
Aye.
Director Donner? Director Donner?
Yes.
Director Jex?
Yes.
Director Jorgens?
Yes.
President Danziger?
Yes. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Night.
Bye.
Thank you. Good night.